Well, there you have it, this cracking race from Paris to Roubaix. 261 kilometers today.
Je me sens bien, comme presque toujours.
He's saying, well, I'm feeling good at the moment, my last Paris-Roubaix, but I'm not really thinking about my retirement for the moment. My retirement will come soon, and we'll see after the Prix d'Olay, but I have to race the Paris-Roubaix before that. I've recovered well after the Tour of Flanders, and I think that the team is very strong, and I hope that there'll be a lot of the quick-step Daviton riders in the final selection for the Paris-Roubaix. There he is with Patrick Lefebvre. He didn't go to the journalists' conference, he was at the funeral, but he's saying that yes, he's feeling jolly good. This is about Museo, very motivated. Hope they'll be okay for him. We remember that last year he punctured just when he was with the leading group, and then it attacked, but none of his rivals waited for him. But it'd be great if he can win his 12th World Cup race. Looking here at Museo with Tafe in Bortolami in 1996. What about the teams he's led to victory, Lefebvre? Well, he said to finish 3 riders in the same team on the track, that was history. Very emotional as well, particularly for Museo to come back after the year 2000 when he injured his knee and had gangrene. That really impressed me. Now, here's a new kid on the block, Tom Boonen. It's a great ride in the Game Bubblegum on Wednesday. Man tipped for the top today. Well, he's as far as Museo is concerned, he's very young. He's yet to win a great race, hopefully. I'm still here, so he hasn't got any pressure on him, but I'm sure he can win the Paris-Roubaix. So let's hear what Tom Boonen has to say. He's going to reply to the questions in English.
As a young guy, you always see Johan at the TV and television and read about him, and then you're in the final of Ghent-Wevelgem and he's your last guy leading you out for a sprint. It's an amazing feeling, and if you can finish it off, then it's even more impressive. I was very happy, and Johan with me, and I did a lot of work for him next Sunday in the Tour of Flanders, and he gave it back in Ghent-Wevelgem, and I think that shows that we have a lot of respect for each other. I respect him and he respects me, and I will work for him till I die, and I think it's be the same way around also.
Looking at those infamous cobbles over which these top riders are going to bounce in just a few minutes. Let's go back then to Lefebvre. He said, I've advised Johan to take a couple of weeks of holiday after this, after Grand Prix d'Escaut, and then perhaps he'd like to come and join me at the race in future, sometimes in the car, just maybe as a public relations officer. And then, well, let's see what happens when he gets to Tour de France, what he wants to do. So there he is in Johan Museo. All the eyes are on him today, and this, the 102nd Paris-Roubaix. We're going live now on the course, 94 kilometres left in the race, 94 kilometres to go. There's a gap then of 5 minutes and 30 seconds as we're picking up the leading riders. Sean Kelly, twice winner of this race, has the information about the breakaway group so far. Sean.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. We have 5 riders in front. We have Bonomi from Seco, Comesso, Seco, Albacini from Phonak, Kraus from Gerolsteiner, and OGL from RAG. And they got away around the 70 kilometre mark. And the 75 kilometres there, 25 seconds. 77 kilometres was up to a minute and 5, and as you said, David, now it's over 5 minutes 30, so they're pulling out the gap all the time.
And the sectors of pavé, 26 sectors of pavé, totaling 51 kilometres in all. The race then today covering 261 kilometres. That's 163 miles in English money. It's Easter time too as well, but they're not on holiday. You may be enjoying an Easter break wherever you might be. Welcome to our coverage. Myself, David Duffy, Sean Kelly, taking you through to the end. We're doing 2 jobs here, by the way. Let's get this out of the way before we come back to racing. There is British Eurosport and International Eurosport covering the race today. We'll have about an hour and a half of British Eurosport coverage, and then we'll be going off to football, to a live football match from Italy. And don't worry about it though, you British viewers, with your digital system going there, because we'll continue to comment for the international service. And what they're going to do back in London is they're going to record it and then put it back in after the football, so it'll be virtually as live, because when we are still talking about the finish, they'll go back and pick up the last couple of hours for you, so you won't miss anything really. You'll get the best 2 hours at the back end. You'll see what happens at the front end too for this next hour and a half, and then there'll be football, which gets an enormous viewing back in Great Britain, Italian football. So for all you football fans, if you're switching on a bit early, stay with us on the cycling now, and then learn something about this great sport. Going on to, after that, the final couple of hours, which I say will be recorded for British Eurosport on the international system. We will keep going right the way through to the finish of this race. So those are our leading riders at the moment, and the question has been on everybody's lips. I hope Sean's got the answer to this one then. Let's talk about the favourites before we get down to picking up the race, because we've got quite a gap at the moment, and it seems to me that nobody, talking this morning at the start, Sean, or yesterday when we were signing on and so on, as to who's going to win today. Amazingly, L'Equipe, which is the sport newspaper in France, part of the organisation that are promoting this race, they at the top, they only put stars down, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 stars, the riders they expect to perform well during the race today. And against a 5-star, they haven't got anybody. They have to go down to 4 stars, where we get Van Petegem, Weizmann and Boonen. Those are the riders that have got there with 4 stars. And it goes further on down there. But I think you were, Sean, looking at the lower riders, maybe thinking that today we might have a bit of an upset like we did on the Tour of Flanders. Not being disrespectful to Weizmann, who's finished second in this race in 2002 and looking to try and get the double back-to-back between the Tour of Flanders and the Paris-Roubaix. But it does seem to me, and you've been talking to lots of people, Sean, there's a lot of indecision as to who might be the guy to win today.
Well, I think the reason for that is last week we see the favourites that were watching each other in the Tour of Flanders, and I think a lot of people are expecting something the same today, where the big favourites will be marking each other and a group will get away of the ones which are not the real big favourites. So that's the reason you know, they're not talking about a favourite, but it's always difficult in Paris-Roubaix. The favourites, you know, you can be the best in the race fitness-wise, but if you know, you run into problems in Paris-Roubaix, which is, you know, so easy to happen, that is the question mark over everybody going out in this race. And
when you won it the first time, and then were you marked? I mean, how do they mark them?
Well, you know, it depends on what way the race develop. If the race is, you know, quite fast, and when they go on to the first section of cobblestones, of course, there's a big battle to get onto them. As we see here, our 5 leaders, they've just come onto the first sector in Troisville, which is around the 100-kilometre mark. But in the bunch, it's really it's more than the end of the race. It's more difficult than getting ready for a sprint to get onto the first sector of cobblestones. And if the race continues after that, it's elimination process. But some of the times the group stays very, very big, and there's a lot of marking each other, and then a lot of attacks, and some riders manage to get up the road, and that's the moment when the outside favourites manage to get away in a group, and that's the dangerous point, and that's what a lot of people are expecting today. So it depends on what way the race develops after the first couple of sections of cobblestones. If it keeps on racing very hard, well, then it's elimination process, and you only have the real strong men and the top favourites in the front.
Well, there we are, 5 minutes and 43 seconds. Sean giving us the benefit of his experience. Many people may be just hanging on after snooker and watching this, Sean, and the terrible conditions, the cobbles they go over. But apart from saying that these are favourite, what about the problems of punctures? Because today it's not all that wet and slippy. We're seeing on the side of the road some of the mechanics that have gone down ahead for various teams with the spare wheels. That must also play a part.
Yes, mechanical problems play a big part in this one, and if you can get through without having mechanical problems, that's a big bonus, because in this race, as you said, punctures, crashes, people falling in front of you, and if you have to try and avoid somebody who go down in front of you, it's so easy to fall down. But the advantage today is it's dry here, so it's a little bit safer. Of course, there will be sections where it will be very wet, where there's dips in the road, and we will see a lot of muddy patches because it has been raining here over the past couple of days, and they said there's some of the sectors which are very, very muddy, so there will be difficult sections, but in general it's dry, so that makes it a little bit safer and not as many crashes when the cobbles are dry.
What's the skill of riding on the cobbles? I say people maybe just hanging on from the snooker to see this amazing race being brought to you live. The Phonak guy's got his hand up. Has he probably got a puncture now, Sean?
Yes, it looks like he's calling for his team car, so it's possibly he has a puncture. And when they ride on the side of the stones, as we see him doing here, off the cobblestones, and they're in the grit and in the stones, and that's the time you're more likely to puncture, because the tyres on these racing bikes are quite light, and it's easy to get a puncture when you're riding in the gravel and the grit.
And you probably saw him just pull over a moment ago. Behind is a motorcycle with spare wheels on the motorcycle. It's so difficult to get the service cars up to the riders, and you imagine with all the teams, say there's Psycho on the left hand side, there was one of their service cars, and more here. See all these things, they're going to then loop round further down, but also the organisation do through the Mavic people, they provide motorcycles, and they have special motorbikes, by the way, that they bring the motocross type bikes with the very rutted tyres on them, or very knobbly tyres on them, to get the grip as they go across these cobbles. So there's some of the cars now. They'll go ahead, and then the field, you see on the better part, the fast part of the course, will be shortly on those cobbles. Imagine squeezing this lot in. It's like the reverse of a toothpaste, really, because we're going to get them and really squeezed in here, and this is where the trouble's going to happen. So that little puncture we had just down there, one rider on his own will be able to work his way through whatever vehicles are there. But with this group, if you puncture, you've got to go all the way to the back, and then you're mixed up amongst the team cars too as well. So we're talking then about Sean Kelly having won this race a couple of times in the past, but Eurosport, our colleagues back in Paris, they've got statistics, and we've got to show you the past winners since 1994. And there we are, looking down the list. Van Petegem, hot tip for today. Didn't do so well last week in the Tour of Flanders. And Museau, you can see his victories there, 3 of them. Can he go up for a record equaling 4th victory? And you've got to go back a long time to his first victory in 1996. And we go down there to a tremendous list of hardmen, I think is the word you should use. We did get a surprise victory, with all due respect, to Knaven in 2001. When he chucked it down with rain, he survived and got the victory. And when we look back there to Gaydon in 1997, a young French rider who's riding today, that was a great surprise, but he was a good cyclo-cross rider. He used that. He was with a group of about 6 riders, and they all just disregarded him when he came onto track. He caught them napping and got the victory. So he's not that predictable. Ballerini there, well, he thought he'd won a couple of years ago, but he was then given the second spot by about the thickness of a tyre. He got that victory in 1995. So a very good selection. You've just seen the Belgians, the Vons from the Netherlands, from Italy, from France, and the last French rider in 1997. But not many riders from the French squad are being tipped as being possible of winning the race today. This is the nasty bit. You start to suck in the dust. It fills your lungs, it gets up your nose, it gets in your eyes. This is the real Paris-Roubaix. 26 seconds of cobbles, and we're just going through the one here at Troisville. If you're looking on your maps to see where it is, this is where battles are fought during the big wars, in particular in the First World War. We're heading up to some very famous parts of the world, and if you see in Paris, we didn't actually start in Paris this morning. We started at a place called Compiègne, where the armistice was signed at the end of the First World War, and we started Compiègne this morning. A pretty good run up to begin with towards this particular cobbles here. Very fast run indeed, although there is a wind against him. You can see how the flags are waving. Nice to see the British flags out there at the moment. Bradley Wiggins from Britain is riding in the race at the moment for the Craggle team, but we're going completely due north from to start this morning in Compiègne, and you'll see maybe Cambrai on your map. We're just going to sit on the right-hand side of that, heading up towards Roubaix, which is on the right-hand side of Lille. More of that and on, but you can see we're going virtually from south to north, and the riders over these horrendous cobbles, which really bounce them around. They're all strung out. This is the Tour de France. I hope you're enjoying the activity. You have to take your hats off to these riders. They just get stuck in there, and they've been, some of them, out on the course trying it out, but it's nothing like when you actually start to race. Sean, you can't really train, can you, because the racing is that much faster, isn't it?
Well, of course, if you do a lot of races where there's cobblestones, you can develop to be a better rider over the cobblestones. But what it takes to get over the cobblestones is the stronger riders. It's more of a sprinter, the muscular type. You need a lot of power, of course, and big gears to ride over those sorts of roads. And of course, the people from the Belgian riders are best at this, because they have a lot of races with these sorts of roads. So they are the specialists.
And what's it like with the crowd, Sean? I mean, you can look here. They're cutting backwards and forwards to be on the side. Can you feel the atmosphere?
Yes, you feel that there, but you're so concentrated on what's happening in the race and watching the road in front of you, watching the riders in front of you. You don't take much notice of the spectators, and you just concentrate on what you do, really. But you are aware there are there on the sides of the road lines of people, and it does give you a boost, because the supports are out there, and a lot of times, like the riders, especially the Belgian riders, they would have a huge amount of supporters clubs down here on the roadside, and as you said, David, they would go backwards and forwards to different sections and see them a number of times during the day.
And there we are then, picking up number 94. That's Kraus from the Gerolsteiner in the blue and the white. Then moving through number 13, and lucky for some, Bonomi from the Psycho team. This is the rider we haven't seen much of those team colours in the past, from the RAGT Auger, and as our cameras go back towards the back end, we'll probably see, in fact, it looks like Comiso has decided to do a bit of work now, because the Phonak rider Albacini punctured, and he's about 25 seconds down. So bad luck for him as the RAGT rider starts to go through at the front again. The RAGT, we know the Psycho colours. We've seen them on television many times in the past, and the RAGT is, there we are, just see it there, quite an unusual set of colours, the green and the red and the initial one. Not that easy to pick out when our long shots come away from it, but they're also sponsored by the MG Rover company. People probably pick those out. Psycho, their coffee machine making companies, sponsor their team. And the other rider in there, Gerolsteiner in the pale blue and the white, that is a mineral water company in Germany. And here he is, he's coming back, fighting his way through Phonak. They are hearing aid company from Switzerland, and now he's got himself back into that group with a bit of, I suppose, to get a moment now of relief in the wheels, because it is a nasty, nagging headwind. Not too strong, but cold. The riders you'll see with their arm warmers on. It's very chilly conditions as across the typical countryside, as the riders behind don't seem to be too bothered at the moment. And on we go, cobbles coming yet again. You can see them all up there. Alaladut, which is a very big mail order company. There's the supporters that Sean was telling you about, and so we're now in the 25th section, and on the way we go, they're counting them down one by one. They vary in distance, they vary in the way in which the cobbles have been formed over the years. Some of them have been extensively used by carts, which have not so bad here, but sometimes you'll see on either side there's quite a depression where the carts and the tractors and things have depressed the cobbles, and in the centre there's usually a raised bit in the centre. And whilst the riders are being battered across here, it's also not unknown for the cars that are following to be going across the cobbles at a great rate of knots, sometimes trying to catch up and going too fast, to bang and hit the sumps of the cars on the cobbles, and out comes all the oil, and that's it, and it's finished. So sometimes we have the odd car crashing on the side of the road. The motorcyclists come off to it. This is the most unusual rate. It is the hell of the north. Looks like a crash, Sean, do you think? There's so many off their bikes?
Yes, a crash in the peloton. We heard over radio too that there was a number of riders had fallen, and those are we see one from Rabobank here who was getting back on the road, and you know, this is the time that we're going to see a number of crashes, because in the bunch a lot of riders, and everybody wants to be in the first 20 or 30 riders to get across the first 3-4 section of cobblestones, and that's the moment we see a lot of crashes.
Looking at the victors, when Sean was saying a moment or two ago about the Belgians, how much they love this race, and you can see there they won it no less than 50 times. France just behind them at 30. And the Italians, who love the sunshine and the life down in Italy, still come here and do extremely well in this race. Netherlands, Ireland, there's Sean with the 2 victories, and back down we go through the rest of the nations. Imagine too, if you look back over the Italians that have won this race, the great Fausto Coppi. I know I was mentioning him from time to time, but he was a man who broke the hour record. He was a great pursuiter. But also he could ride the cobbles here, and of course he won the Tour of Italy and the Tour de France. Going on then to the last win by the various nations. Belgium 2003, you can run all that lot down there. Moldavia actually then became a naturalised Belgian, because that was under Tremiel, who is now Belgian by choice. And then we can go on down, we can see all the other victories over the earth. But look at that, 1896 was the last victory of the German rider, and in fact that was the first victory by a German rider. It was the first Paris-Roubaix. So in 1896, Josef Fischer won the race ahead of a Danish rider, Mayer, and Maurice Garin, who was the winner of the Tour de France, the first Tour de France in 1903. Maurice Garin finished in 3rd spot on that occasion. So it's a very historical race that we've got here. The gap is coming down.
Yes, it is coming down 4:42. And that's on the reaction of the bunch before the first section of Roubaix. I think they, you know, the pace was upped a lot, because everybody wants to be up front, and the group just, you know, pulled back a number of seconds. And I think this group, you know, is steady now, the main bunch, so they will pull that gap out a bit again.
With City cycling shoes.
Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? But will the circle be unbroken?
A strong unibody construction means there's no weak link in our chain. Hyundai, always there for you.
From the 10th to the 13th of June 2004, we'll elect our deputies to the European Parliament. They represent us for 5 years and decide how to spend the European budget. They adopt laws affecting our daily lives. Decide for Europe. Vote.
Hey Leute, wollt ihr eine unvergessliche Reise nach Portugal gewinnen? Zum Eröffnungsspiel der UEFA Euro 2004 im Juni? McDonald's lädt alle Kinder zu einem Wettbewerb ein. Die 3 Gewinner dürfen einen Fußballstar auf das Spielfeld begleiten. Um am Wettbewerb teilzunehmen, können alle Kinder im Alter von 6 bis 10 Jahren uns einen Videofilm, ein Foto oder eine selbstgeschriebene Geschichte zum Thema "Was bedeutet euch Fußball?" online schicken. Mehr zum Wettbewerb und zur Teilnahme erfahrt ihr unter mcdonaldsplayerescort.com.
Nikon Coolpix.
yet again banging across the cobblestones as they're whittling their way through the 26 of the cobbles that we've got in the race this year. And we've gone through the one at Twansville, the one from Paisley, and to Quivey, the number 24. This is a long one, 3,700 metres in length, 3,700 metres, and there you can just see the gap is down to 4 minutes and 32 seconds. There we are. I've mentioned earlier on how the surface of the road in the centre can be humped up, and actually the grass is growing there. And the riders, and this is Dirksen, what a hammering man. He's finding a little bit on the left-hand side or right-hand side where there's a bit of dust to try and get in. It's flattened out and somewhat smoother, but that, of course, is where the troubles can also rise. You drop into a bit of wet stuff on the corners. Not too bad this time in the race, but certainly Dirksen having yet to go. Another of those, when we're talking about the race, Sean, amongst our colleagues, his name came up after that great ride in the Tour of Flanders, but he's going too early here?
Well, I think he has to go early because you know, he doesn't like this pushing and shoving. That wouldn't be his strongest point. So he's getting away on his own here, and he's hoping to get across the five leaders. And we see him last week, like the riding he did was just unbelievable. He was towing that group of 20+ riders for kilometre after kilometre last Sunday. And also, if he waits for the final, when the big riders and the big favourites start going, he's not explosive enough. He has to go from far out, but at the moment he's going from a long ways out. But if he can join up with these 5 breakaway riders, well then I think you know, they could go a long ways if the race can get up there in front with them.
Is it sensible to go before you get to Pavé too? I mean, it's a long one, 3,500 metres, and he's got off the front. Is that going to help him on this particular part of the course then?
Well, I think it's a good moment to get out of the bunch because you know, there's a lot of pushing and shoving going on, and there will be for quite a while because in the bunch, you know, as I said, everybody wants to be up the front, and the first section of cobbles, you have so many riders in the bunch, everybody pushing and shoving, and it's very dangerous. So that's the reason Dirks, he doesn't like this sort of racing. He likes to be out in the front in a smaller group.
And they've got the 4 stars there, just to show you that they look upon this as being a really nasty one to go across, and that's banging them out. And you can see also that on this particular one, there's bits of potholes and things on either side. It's not all, it's like some of the pavé. When we get to number 16, by the way, they've been out there repairing it quite a bit to make sure that the riders get over it. But you can see the field have strung out on this section, and we're in fact going to have a look at the cobblestone section. We're just having a look at this one, 3,000 and what was it, 700 metres of surface, yeah, 3,700, and we're now going to look back at the cobblestone sectors that have been on this race in recent years. And there we are. You can just show how they've been running. The variation there, it's been round about the sort of 50 kilometres in recent years, 50, 51. It got a bit shortened at one point when they put the TGV, the big fast train, through, and they were digging the line and laying it. They had to reroute the race, so we lost some of the cobbles. You can see down to 47,300 in 2001, and that was a lot to do with what was going on. But if we go back over the years, you can see that they're 56,350 right back in 1993. These are being preserved. They're actually historic monuments. They can't sort of come along now and rip these things up and say we're going to put a nice tarmac road there. There's a great opposition to them being tarmacked over, and to make this race what it is. But when you do bear in mind that when this race was first held way back in 1896, that the roads were all like this. There wasn't tarmac as we know it now, and in some cases the roads where there wasn't cobbles, mainly the cobbles were in the villages and the towns. When you went outside, you virtually got an earth road, a dirt road, which was again in the wet conditions could get very muddy. And if you look back at some of the old photographs of the Paris-Roubaix over the years gone by, You'll see in those days when there were pretty well cobbles all the way up that they used to ride bicycles with very long wheelbases. These bikes have got very close-up wheels. The back wheels are right up against the seat tube. The front wheel, if you can see, the angles of the bikes are very upright, and so they're much shorter in the wheelbase. The old picture you'll start with a much longer wheelbase. The angles of the bikes would be tilted further back, so they had a much more comfortable ride. And of course, in the early days, they only rode with a single-speed gear rather than the multi-gears that you see here, and they had great fat tyres to stop the cobbles bashing them over the 260. In fact, they used to do the distance in the old days was even further than we're having recent days, because looking back to when Joseph Fischer won in 1896, it was 280 kilometres was the distance of the race then. So things have changed, the bike technology has changed, but the buffeting you get from these upright angles and much harder tyres. They mean also that with the punctures they get, they have cars behind now and motorcycles which help them to put the replacement wheel. But you imagine in the old days, those riders would be there riding single-speed gears, long wheelbases, very relaxed angles, and if they punctured, they had to change them themselves. So the field here typically hung out the back, hanging on for grim death. Oh, I even seen a Welsh flag out there. Didn't know the Welsh supporters have turned up today. What's happened here, Sean? Because he looks like he's coming up pretty quick. Do you think he might have punked? I didn't hear on the headphones because it's Vanseman. I thought that Lotto, they wanted to get him up nearer towards Van Petegem, but...
Yes, Van Sabent had a puncture there some time ago. It came over race radio, and we see him here. He's walking his way up through the riders who have, got blown out of the bunch. And the bunch is, a lot of gaps appearing in the bunch. We see Dirksen there on the front. We see Knav and he was setting a very, very strong pace because there was gaps appearing in the front of the bunch, and the group he was in, actually, there was about 15 riders, and then there was another gap. We see Bowen was also up there, so I think the gap up front of our 5 breakaway riders will be coming down because of the pace that Dirksen and the bunch is setting on the front of the main bunch.
So then to number 23 we're going through, and you can see it come up on your screen. Only a couple of stars for this particular one, 23, because it's 1,500 metres is 23, and the next one after it, Holsey, is only 900 metres. So you get short ones, you get the long ones, and in fact, I think looking down the list, that one we just come through from Quibi was the longest one at 3,700 metres. Another puncture. What do you do under your breath, Sean? Do you just say, oh, blow this for a game of soldiers? You have to accept it, don't you?
Yes, you have to accept it. And we see the Smith here from bookmaker Palmans. You just keep on riding, and we see him there. He put up his hand. He just calls the car, and you just keep on going on the flat as long as possible until the car comes right up behind you, and then you just hop off your bike and take the spare wheel. Of course, the leaders in the team, the favourites, if they have a puncture at this moment in the bunch, we will see a teammate hopping off very quickly and giving them a wheel. So that would be all in the tactic and in the plan beforehand. There would be riders to stay beside the likes of Museo and Bonin, and the other riders would have to hand over the wheel to them immediately, because if they have to wait for the car, it takes a lot of effort to get back up, and that's an effort you may pay for in the final of the race.
And speaking to Bradley Wiggins yesterday, he was saying that he's going to look after his teammate Tor Husvod from Norway. His job was to look after him in the race. So I expect if we do go back and find either Tor or Bradley, they'll be pretty well together. Bradley said that's his job. Bradley was saying he's going to win this race in 2008. He actually signed a photograph for me a couple of years ago that he'll be a winner of this race in 2008. They were looking down those cobbles, and I was saying how difficult they are. I've just heard crash in my headphones, Sean. You keep an eye on what's happening while I just run down the list there. So I'll just show you the sec. That's the one at Haveloy where they've resurfaced it. Arenberg is an amazing one. You'll see it later on that how they've made it so the public stand well back and it's all barricaded. At one time, the riders used to have to go all round the public who were just infiltrating the course, making life even more difficult. So those are the ones that they look upon as being more difficult than the others. Very often the cobbles they're like the size of a loaf of bread, and they are rounded on the top, and if you drop down in between, there's often a big gap in the joints as well. So it's a very nasty. As you bounce over them, it's like riding on a mechanical one of those digger things, bang, 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 all the way through. So. Sean, you saw the crash then. Any big names come up?
No, I don't think it was a crash actually. It was two CSC riders, and it was 124 Ericsson who was had the puncture, and there was another rider giving him a wheel. So as I said earlier, that was probably in the plan.
Hey Leute, wollt ihr eine unvergessliche Reise nach Portugal gewinnen? Zum Eröffnungsspiel der UEFA Euro 2004 im Juni? McDonald's lädt alle Kinder zu einem Wettbewerb ein. Die 3 Gewinner dürfen einen Fußballstar auf das Spielfeld begleiten. Um am Wettbewerb teilzunehmen, können alle Kinder im Alter von 6 bis 10 Jahren uns einen Videofilm, ein Foto oder eine selbstgeschriebene Geschichte zum Thema "Was bedeutet euch Fußball?" online schicken. Mehr zum Wettbewerb und zur Teilnahme erfahrt ihr unter mcdonaldsplayerescort.com.
Bringing ultra-high performance from racetracks to your car. Formula technology. Kumho.
Will the circle be unbroken? By and by, Lord, by and by. But will the circle be unbroken?
A strong unibody construction means there's no weak link in our chain. Hyundai, always there for you.
Wer gewann den UEFA Cup 2003? Celtic? Porto? Lazio? Wissen Sie die Antwort? Spielen Sie mit Eurosport und gewinnen Sie
einen Digiset Duo Aria MP3-Player, einen SlimSound MP3-Player oder eines dieser Produkte von Digiset. Ein Club Football oder Manager Videospiel, einen Balomo Fußball, ein Oceo Trainingsanzug oder weitere Produkte der 7. Oceo Kollektion. Rufen Sie an 0190 200 131. Viel Glück!
We're just picking up Gaydon, who had a bit of a problem there, and that'll be a bit of, as far as the French are concerned, a bit of a heart stopper, because he has won this race in the past and a very skilled rider when it comes to riding on the cobbles. But let's see what goes on from here. Whoops. Oh, look at that, just coming up on the left-hand side, trying to make a lot of ground, and as the shout gone out, it looks as if one of the riders had just been told to get off his bike. Gaydon had a problem back down there, so perhaps that one of his same teammates. How would you see that, Sean?
Well, it looked like the rider was coming up on the side, and I'd say he could have got a puncture himself, because he seemed to be hopping the bike up. It must be quite a high, the cobblestones must have been quite high from the side, off the side of the road he was riding, and maybe he just hit his back wheel and blew out his tyre, which is, you know, a normal thing. It happens very often. Or maybe there was a teammate who had a flat and he was called back to give him a wheel. But we see there, like the riders, any occasion they get, they try and ride off the side of the road. Although there is a lot of grit and stones, but they take that risk because it's much easier than riding on the cobble sections.
So if you're offered a nice advertisement says one slightly used pair of wheels only ridden in one event, if it's a Paris-Roubaix, reject the offer because they're going to get well and truly battered. And a little technical point that the wheels they use here are specially built for the Paris-Roubaix. They don't always use them for other events. You'll find them in this race with the what I call the traditional aluminium rim with the spokes, the ordinary wire spokes. I was counting them yesterday. Stupid thing to be doing on a Saturday, I suppose, but counting the spokes on the Trek bicycles because I had a word with George Hincap, who's one of the short odds to win today. I went and had a chat with George and then had a look at the bikes, the Trek bikes, and there I counted the spokes. They have 32 spokes at the front and 32 spokes at the back. Now that's very interesting for those who have been around a long time, because in the old days in Britain we used to ride 32 at the front and 40 at the back, and then the Continentals all had 36 spokes at the front and 36 at the back. And I remember talking to the wheel builder, or former wheel builder at Phillips Cycles many years ago, and we did in fact talk about then about switching to do 32 front and rear, and he said there'd be no reason that they couldn't do it for ordinary bicycles as well. He reckoned it'd be equally as robust, and of course the other thing you do, you'd save on the back, you'd save 8 spokes per bicycle, and when you're making thousands of bikes that we were in those days, you would save lots of spokes. The other thing was that you had the rims would all be the same, rather than having front and rear rims with the holes being different. So we looked at it, but we didn't get it through the company's father, because the one thing about Phillips, we were making hubs as well as the complete wheels, spokes. We made everything, rims, the whole shooting match, so we had the flexibility to do it. But interesting, then they're riding 32 front, 32 rear of the standard sort of spokes that you have in ordinary spoke wheels, not the ones that we often see when they want lighter wheels for things like the Tour de France or the mountainous events. They then will go and get wheels with much less spokes in there, and sometimes they ride with these carbon fibre rims and carbon fibre spokes as well. But this is back to basics, I think is the right word. And not only back to basics with regards to wheels, but although I don't think anybody's riding on a steel frame any longer, one or two of them have bikes specially built for this race because of the buffeting they get, rather than going to, say, the completely ovalised down tubes, which can give you a bit of a battering on your way through to the finish of the 261 kilometres today. Lamprey putting the work on the front. This looks like Gaydon's got company. He had a bit of a problem back there, so one of his teammates has dropped back to help him. That was Gaydon then being taken back up after a little problem he had. In fact, 2 of his teammates have come back. They're getting close. No, it wasn't on his teammates, my mistake. Just saw the legs on the shot. Liberty Seguros, well, this is the chopping block again, unfortunately, as far as the riders from Spain are concerned. They've just sent up here Baranovsky, Andrea Barredo, Alan Davis, 154 his spot in from Australia. Little Diddy fellow, good little sprinter, riding with Diaz and Sanchez. They've just sent up 6 riders. You have to, the maximum you can have is 8, the minimum you can have is 6, and often you find the Spanish teams send just 6 riders up, because most of the Spanish riders just hate riding on the cobbles. And if you look down that Liberty Seguros team, one's from Poland, one from Australia, one from the Czech Republic, and just 3 Spaniards in there. So the 3 Spanish guys are the chopping blocks of the day. And I don't think, Sean, when you race with Spanish teams, I don't think they come up here with a big smile on their face, except for people like Flesher. He's the most unusual one. Most of the Spanish guys come here because they're told to go. I don't think they actually put their hands up and volunteer, do they?
No, they certainly do not. And the Liberty Seguros team, this morning I was looking at Diaz Azabel Hermino. He was saying we're here because we're obliged to be here, and that's the only reason. And as you said, you know, we've seen them over the last number of years, the Kelme team and a number of other Spanish teams. They're there in Compiègne to start, and there's a lot of talk about the feed zone, and most of them climb off at the feed zones.
Well, they're just going through the feed zone at this particular point, and this is I think at Solmeth with 116 kilometres under the belt. Looking then at the riders, the Tour of Flanders and the Paris-Roubaix, those that have actually won it in the same year. Van Petegem is the most recent one. You go back an awful long way to De Vlaeminck, and then another lot of famous names down there. Just so it's not a normal thing that happens all that easy. The two back-to-back classics, the Tour of Flanders, which we gave you on Eurosport last week, and the Tour of Flanders and the Paris-Roubaix on consecutive weekends. Now that you can inwardly digest that. Anything which leaps out that a lot, Sean, because you rode the back-to-back, but only you won this one twice, but you didn't win the Tour of Flanders. For a rider, is there any hangover from the buffeting you get from one race to another? I mean, what's the rest of? Some people have said, I think Van Petegem hasn't ridden, or Moselle hasn't ridden after that. Is there every reason to say, well, it's very difficult to do back-to-back?
Yeah, well, after Paris-Roubaix, it's certainly difficult to recover. It's the most difficult to recover after, and I think the riders need 5 or 6 days before they're fully recovered. Tour of Flanders, of course, is not as difficult, and it's just the amount of cobblestones, over 50 kilometers of cobblestones. The body takes an awful lot of pounding, and it takes a long time to recover.
So, still our leading group, about 4 minutes up.
Tag Heuer, what are you made of?
Nikon Coolpix.
Good to go. Yo, what is man? Yo, what is? Oh, Lord, the better you. Go, go, go. Lord, hope y'all make them.
Welcome back. A nice little shot of the colourful jerseys of the riders. I think 177 actually started today. We lost the Cofidis team. They didn't start. They were down on the start list, but the team has been by the people who own this. It's 184. Oh, but that's less that lot. So Sean's pointing out it's 184 on the start list, but the 8 riders of Cofidis didn't start. So is my arithmetic correct? No, that comes 176. Oh. Yeah, the reason, getting complicated here, the reason that the Cofidis team didn't start was that the owners of the business Cofidis, which is a credit by telephone, in fact they're from the north, they're coming up very close to the Cofidis part of the world, because of some of the accusations flying around and the investigations going on by the legal people into claims and counterclaims and evidence regarding the doping scene. There some riders are under suspicion at the moment, that to clear the air at the moment, the confidence people said, look, how can we concentrate, or the riders concentrate upon racing when this big black cloud is hanging over, and we prefer that the thing is cleared up, sorted out, but so therefore the riders are just having to sit out the races. And a great shame too that, as I understand, David Miller didn't start in the World Cup track race in Manchester yesterday when he was due to ride the team pursuit. That's, as I understood, that he didn't start. I didn't manage to catch up with it, but I was told that he wasn't going to ride. Great disappointment. And I suppose, and we'll come back to this later on, I think we're just getting an international signal from Eurosport now, not the British Eurosport one, so we'll pick up the British aspect later on in the race here. But it is the curse of the rainbow jersey, I should think. We've had so many years when people get the rainbow jersey, and Cofidis have got Atherola, who's moved over to join them and ride with them this year in the rainbow jersey as the reigning world champion, and he, like the rest of the riders, is having to sit it out. Well, they'll go training, they'll still ride the bikes, waiting while the whole mess is sorted out. So we're through one of the shortest of the cobblestone sections. We've just gone through that one, which is only, I think, some, quickly looking through his notes and bits of paper here, some 900 metres long. The next one coming out will be a place called Salzois, and that'll be section 21. A little bit of a breather. Now, our 2:21, it has come down quite a bit. That was at 4 minutes, then it's come down very quickly indeed. We're getting towards the halfway point in the race. When we go through this next section at Salzois, after that, just a couple of kilometres down the road, we'll hit exactly 130 kilometres. That's 130.5 to be precise. It'll be exactly halfway point in the race. And then we start to go in towards the back end with, lying ahead, the Forest of Arenberg, which has often been a critical point in this race when lots of the riders make their move, because the legs are getting pretty tired by them, because they will have just some 94 kilometres to go to the finish, 166 kilometres on their legs. So that would be about the part. But Sean, as it's still some distance to go, another puncture is coming up as we pick up. These are, you've heard from Sean, this breakaway group went away quite early on in the race. Maximum lead, I think, what was that, Sean, five and a bit? 5.5 minutes
was about the maximum.
And whereabouts they go away?
They went away at around the 70 kilometre mark, and they pulled out a gap quite quickly. At 77 kilometres, they were 1 minute and 5, and then it grew from there on, and until they went on to the cobblestones at 100 kilometres in Troisville. That was the biggest advantage, which was just under 5.5 minutes. And as we've been seeing since, it's coming down all the time, and at the moment is around 2 minutes 20.
Are they going to catch him too soon? Because I think the Arenberg is the place where it's better to get him there than go for it.
Well, I think the bunch is going to stay active, although we see now it's grouping up again. But the following section of cobblestones, it will, the pace will be upped again, because a lot of riders in this bunch, and everybody wants to be, of course, in the first 20 or 30 riders, and that's when the pace goes up. So it will be difficult for those riders to stay out there, and their objective will be to stay out there at Arenberg, because to get into Arenberg with 5 riders in a break, that's the perfect situation to be in, because in the bunch it's so much pushing and shoving to get to Arenberg. The risk of crashes before it, and in Arenberg itself we will see a lot of crashes, because we believe the road is very, very, very mucky there and very, very slippery.
Let's look at more statistics then. Thanks, Sean, for that. And this is the number of World Cup wins. This is the competition, which has been going for some years now, and there you can see Museo with 11, and in our little interview to begin with our programme, Lefebvre, his team manager, has been saying that he hopes he'll go for 12 and retire right at the very top. Eric Zabel not riding today, Eric, with 8, Bartoli and Bettini. Bettini not riding today, and Taffy is riding today. Bugno, well, he's retired now. Jalabert, interesting enough, is on a motorbike today. Chimil is the team manager. He had 4 victories, Bartolami and Van Petegem podium with 3. Those are World Cup victories, not just the Paris-Roubaix, it's the actual ones of this World Cup. There's about 10 or 12 of them. I need to check the exact number, but it's around about 10 or 12 World Cups. We used to have one in Great Britain, which is the old Wincanton Classic, and then it became down there in Rochester until the German race, the Hugh Classic, was put in the calendar, and we lost the World Cup. The range with the World Cup, by the way, is that no nation could have more than 2 of the classic races in the World Cup. Most of them only have 1, but you can, like the Belgians, you can have 2 of them. And also, as far as the French are concerned, they've got the Paris-Roubaix, which you're seeing now, and the back end of the year they have the Paris Tour. For the Italians, they start the season with the Milan-San Remo. That was a World Cup round to begin with, the very first race of the year, and they'll finish it off with the Tour of Lombardy at the back end of the year, when the Italians, that's their other race, that's also in the World Cup. But between then, there's lots of singletons. I mean, as far as the Spanish are concerned, they do the San Sebastian Classic in August, the Championship of Zurich, that's in August, the Hugh Classic, that's in August, and those are only one-off races in those countries. And I say it's a shame that we lost ours in Great Britain, but all will change next year, because that World Cup list up there is going to change into being what they call the Pro Tour, and in the future there'll be something like 20 big teams riding in 30 races. By that the Tour de France we count as one. I want to find actually days racing, but 30 races that will be part of the Pro Tour. They have a new system of calculating the UCI points, just those top 20 teams, and other teams outside that will have their own system. So it's a complete change in the way in which cycle racing has been running in recent years. Sean, if memory serves me correct, that you were the first winner of the World Cup. It was, in those days, what did you call the World Cup, or did they have a different name to it?
Yes, it was called the World Cup, the Perrier World Cup. It was sponsored by Perrier the first couple of years, and that was the year '89. And yes, I did win the first year of the World Cup when I was riding with the PDM team.
So 89, 90, so that's going to be 15 years then, if my arithmetic's correct, isn't it? 15 years since I've been running the World Cup. Though what they tried to do is hit a gap here, still 2:30 for our breakaway group. What the UCI tried to do, and particularly under the guidance of Hein Verbruggen, the president of the UCI, was to do just that, make it much more a world series of races. And they did have one in, I think in Japan was in the World Cup once, but certainly one out in Montreal. Did you race in Montreal at all?
Yes, I did. I did in the Montreal one on a number of occasions, and it was on the the circuit they used the World Championships, went up Mount Royal a number of laps there, which was a very difficult one, and it was quite late in the season. On occasions we got very bad weather, wet and very, very cold, and it was a very hard event. And I remember they used to put us on a plane from out of Paris, maybe on a Thursday or Friday, do the race on the Sunday, and the Sunday night they put you back on the charter plane and back to Paris again. So
you enjoyed that, didn't you?
There was not much time to go and do a bit of sightseeing. We were just out for the race and back immediately afterwards.
What was the attitude like in the peloton?
Well, the riders, some of the riders like that. It depends on the riders. There's riders who like to just, hang about a bit in a city or in a country and just do a bit of sightseeing and see the city. But others just rather to get back home and get on with the business. So there was a mixed reaction, but it was a very hard one, because when you ride 150 k's, 150 mile or 160 mile in the wet, cold weather, a very hard race, to get onto a plane that night, it was very difficult. And a number of times there was riders getting cramp on the way back.
Oh, what a life. And of course the other thing would be jet lag, I suppose, wouldn't it? You'd have no time to get over it before you're coming back again.
Yes, well that was a good thing. We're not long out there, so the time to get jet lag, it wasn't a problem, but it certainly was one of the harder events, because as I said, the circuit there was very, very difficult.
We're watching breakaway group. The last time check seems to have gone up a little bit more, but it's been hovering around about 2:20, 2:30 from what was once 5 minutes, and it looks as if what's happened here, there's still Psycho doing the work on the front, and we got more statistics coming up then. So this is going to be to do with team managers, by the way, so this is sorting through my that's it. This is Lefebvre, the team manager of Mazou, and looking back at some of the teams he's looked after. There you are, Lefebvre, the numbers of times that he's had wins. Look at that lot down there. Probably the most successful team manager when it comes to riding in the Paris-Roubaix. Just a word about Lefebvre. What's his magic? I mean, he seems. Look at the way he had first first, second, and third one year, didn't he?
Yes, well, I think he's, he has a team which have good riders for the classics, and especially for Paris-Roubaix. And if you look down through the list he has here, like they're all specialists in Paris-Roubaix. And there was one rider actually I spoke to during the week who was a past winner of Roubaix. In the Belgian papers was quoted that Museeuw had won Paris-Roubaix, was it 8 times? Or so, however many times it was. And the rider commentary said, well, Lefebvre never won Paris-Roubaix. He had good riders to win it for him.
Yeah, but that counted 7, so it might have been 8. I'm not far out with your just that was a list down there of those that got. But would that be because his sponsor was interested in this particular race? Because imagine Mappé, a lot of the Mappé teams that he had, and people like I know Mappé GB, Mappé Brickeby, Mappé Quickstep, and the Domo Farm Freaks recently. In fact, we're going to have it then. We're going to come up on the podiums and have a look at the riders he got up on the podiums and the teams they're riding with. Back then with Frank van der Broek. So you can watch it in the top left-hand corner of your screen whilst the chaps back in Paris press the buttons for the graphics. Here we go. Now they're going down here. This is the fair of his podiums. This is with first, second and third that the riders he's had up there on the podium. And you can see there Mappé GB, that was 1996, Museeuw, Bortolami and Taffy. And we'll be bringing the next one down, Mappé Brickeby and so on. And some of these are great names when it comes to this particular style of racing. And he was able, Lefebvre, to put together teams that would produce these great victories. Moving on to more recent times there, Mappé Quickstep. That's nothing to do with the Shoe Shuffle out there. That's, in fact, as mentioned before, a company that makes paquet flooring that clips together. And there they had Taffy, Peters and Steels up there, and the Domo Farm Freaks, that the other people he's had in the podiums. You can see them there before your very eyes. Domo Farm Freaks, well, that Domo again was in the floor covering business. They were involved in the carpet industry, and they're still in the race now with Domo and Lotto as combining forces. As we're watching this lot settle down, Sean, you were talking about the graphics showing how well that the Mappé people and Lefebvre's people did, but those names, great classic names, but you were saying something about there's only one rider in the top 30 UCI riding today.
Yes, that's right. The top rider was Van Petegem is just outside the top 30. He is number 30, and Bartoli was the rider in the top 30. He is actually 30th, so only one rider, as I said, in the top 30 of the UCI taking part. So it proves that the race here is a special race. It takes it's a special rider that rides it, and a lot of the riders who are specialists for the Tour of France, especially the ones who are going for the general classement, they don't take part in this. And the other riders, well, for the smaller stage races, not a lot of riders, those riders who can do this sort of event.
I suppose probably looking at the UCI list, one unique one who does the single-day classics and goes up there is Eric Zabel, who managed to get up. Though generally speaking, there's so many points available in the big tour, like the Tour de France. If you win the Tour de France and you're put consistently up in the top places on the stages, you're knocking up a lot of points. And certainly, say 20 days in the Tour de France, if you're consistently up there, then you're going to knock up a lot of points, and even when you finish too. So for the single-day classic riders, they can't always knock up as many UCI points as maybe the riders can up in the big tours. Right, back then out with the chase going on. But of course that all will change next year, when I said we've had this monumental change as far as UCI is concerned in going for what they call the Pro Tour. Familiar colours on your screen here, because those are the Chocolate Jacques team, and I think that's Heimstra. That's in there. Yes, it is, with Van Bont. There's another big hitter, Van Bont, and this we're getting down to what they call the hard men part of the course, and Van Bont looking back here to see what damage has been done, and the main field doesn't be too bothered at the moment. We saw, by the way, the blue jerseys with the whitey stripes of one of the riders who went back just before we went to one of our ad breaks or before the graphics came on the scene. If you can see those colours, the blue ones with the white stripes in them, those are the team of the Mr. Bookmaker.com Palmans, and in there they have Joe Plancard. There's a famous name, Plancard. One of his uncles actually won this race a few years ago. And down that list also, the 173 is Roger Hammond, the British rider. 174 is Jeremy Hunt. So we've got those two riders in there from Great Britain with the Mr. Bookmaker.com Palmans. Leading 5 riders still out there. And sitting at the back of this little group, the man from the RAGT team. The cameras, when it went up there, we could see down the road, or you could see those two riders who have just escaped from the peloton. They're off the picture down the bottom right-hand corner, and the rest of the field are just sitting here, not too bothered at the moment. Well, there we are. I've got a little time check for you, and so the gap is, it's been hovering around at 2.5. It has come down to a minute. They cannot obviously see them on the twists and turns of this particular course. Interesting to see there that we've got Mr. Commisso having a go at the front for the Psycho team, because he had a bit of a dig on the Tour of Flanders the other week. It's number 15, ex-national champion of Italy. Lost a bit of weight, by the way, slimmed down. I think last story I heard that he's got himself a girlfriend, and she put him on a special diet and sort of slimmed him down a bit. He's a very good sprinter Roman, but he seems to have been able to climb the hills a bit better since he lost a bit of weight. But also he's quite happy here, bashing away at the front with the breakaway, and certainly having his own teammate with him, number 13 there, Bonomi. I thought the trouble is, Sean, when they switch like this, if you get in a slow wheel and the other side's going a bit faster, what do? You make your mind up. A bit like on a motorway, isn't it? You're driving the fast lane, you come back into the centre and then go into the other lane. Which one do you pick?
Well, that is the problem. You know, you never know which is the best wheel, but you always try and take a wheel of a good rider, because you know, he's a bit safer, as we see here. They have problems coming up off the side when they go off the cobblestones to get back on. Sometimes it's difficult, and we see they are the perfect example. But you know, sometimes you're on the left-hand side, and the group at the other side of the road starts going faster, so you just have to hop across if you're losing a lot of places.
I like you say, hop across. Thumping great cobbles. Right, there we go.
19 seconds, 38 kilometres of cobble still to go.
A long way to go yet.
And we see there the way on the rear of the bunch, the riders, when they were trying to come up off the side, they were, you know, having a lot of problems, and those of the riders are hanging a bit there at the moment. You know, they're suffering on these sections of cobbles, and when you are suffering, that's the time you run into problems. If you're riding very strong, you know, as we see some of the riders here, when they're, you know, riding good, it looks so easy, but when you go back to the guys who are hanging on the rear and losing contact with the bunch, those guys, you know, they look as if they're, you know, suffering very, very much.
And will tiredness have an effect on how you handle the bike?
Well, tiredness at this moment shouldn't be a problem because you know, they haven't covered that big distance yet. But it's just the riders who are not, you know, great riders over the cobblestones, and they suffer over, have been suffering over the last number of sections, and they're hanging there. And you know, if you're not a great rider over the cobblestones, well, then when the speed is up, and it is up at the moment because the first sections are always the most difficult until the race settles down, until you know, a lot of the riders get blowing out the rear door, as they say, and then it's a bit easier. But at this moment, and it has been over the last half an hour, 45 minutes, this is the most difficult moment of the race until we get the final, of course, into the last 25 k's.
Oops, there you go. And just that moment in decision, switching, and he's not a happy chappy. Oops, from the Liberty Seguros riders. What happens here? Vandenbroek's punctured. Do you hear that, Sean?
Yes, Vandenbroek, yes. And there he's after getting a...
Didn't take him long, did it?
No. Maybe he got possibly got a wheel from a teammate there, but he's back very quickly. And we see him some time ago there. He was in front with Dirksen's in his wheel, and when he turned it on going across the sector of cobblestones, we see breaks in the bunch everywhere, and those riders, you know, losing the wheel, and you know, it proves that he's in good shape, and you know, he's definitely one of the big favourites for today.
There he is taking a bottle, sticking it down into his bottle cage, and beginning to get through the traffic, and then it'll be on to stretch of cobbles. We're at now about the halfway point in this race, so I'd say it's all downhill from here, but here we are. Maing is the section they're going through, and this is the pavé section 19. In fact, we've just gone through that because we've got 123 kilometres to go to finish. We've done 138 kilometres so far in the race. So the cobble section now, we've just gone through the halfway point in this race, and this is 2,500 metres of cobbles, and they're not a very nice one either. You can see that there's a lot of dirt here, and therefore the dust is going to come flying up as well, and the riders further on back are going to get real mouthful, particularly the motorcycles going round. We've got the motorcycles there from the photographers, the television cameras, the motorcycle marshals, the police going through, everybody beginning to chuck up all the dust, and the dirt flies everywhere. You must be coughing up muck for the next, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours after the race is finished, surely. Even when it's dusty, you have to breathe this in, because if it's raining, you get all the mud in your face because it flies off the wheels. If it's dry, you get it all down your lungs.
Yes, that's true. Although today there's a little bit of dust out there, but the weather we've had the last number of days, there'd been quite a bit of rain, not a huge amount of rain. So you know, the dust is settled a bit, because normally if you have a number of weeks dry before the race, and there have been years where it has been really dry, and the dust, it's, you know, it's just unbelievable. You're in there in a cloud of dust, and if there's cars in front of you, you can see nothing whatsoever, and it's very, very dangerous. But today, you know, there's a small amount of dust there, but because of the weather we had, it's keeping down the dust, and it's not too wet either. So very good conditions. Although there is sections where the water is lodged, where there's a dip in the road, and those sections will be slippy, and there's a number of those sections to come.
Do you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? It's not so bad today. Sean's understanding of this race. Every time he come on this race, he's smiling. Not the fact he's not riding now, but I think he enjoys it. I know it's masochistic, but it's something that certain riders... I spoke to Frankie Andrew, the American rider, yesterday, who's working with the Outdoor Life people, as are just sitting next door, but one of them next door to two, there's Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwin, and they're working for Outdoor Life in America, who are having this thing, because it's the time scale out, they're recording it to go out on their programs on this afternoon, Sunday afternoon in America. But Frankie Andrew said to me that it's the one race he always looked forward to, and he loved more than anything else, is the Paris-Roubaix. And there are masochists amongst us, and I said, yes, Frankie, if I was able to be a pro in my youth, and I wasn't, I knew nothing about it except reading in the papers, I'd have loved to race this one too as well, because it's man against man, really. Team tactics partially come into it, but to a large extent, particularly when you get towards the end, it's the strong guys that come through. And talk about strong guys coming through, we can hear a bell in the background, and there's a load of other riders coming in. I'm not sure whether this is the amateur version.
No, juniors. There's actually a junior classic today. They started some distance out from here, and they were doing, I think, the last, I think around 100 kilometres of the race.
So you may hear in the background the bell being picked up on our channels.
And here on the front of the bunch we have a rider from AG2R. It looks like Flickinger. Of course, Kirsi Poo from AG2R, who's been riding quite well and in good form over the last number of weeks, and more recently in the Ghent Roubaix during the week. So he's a rider who, you know, who could pull off a surprise today, because he has been a favourite a number of times for this race, but never really in the final was never really that impressive. So maybe this year will be his year.
Are you tipping Kirsi now?
No, but I'm saying, you know, at the moment he's in good shape, and there's not a lot of talk about him. There was other occasions some years ago when he was talked about as being a favourite, and maybe there's a lot bit of pressure on him. So possibly today, with the good form he's in, not being, you know, talked a lot about in the favourites, and maybe today he will spring the surprise.
You pinched my tip. I said if anybody I'd like to win this race has to be George Hincapie, because he's worked so hard in this race over the years, and like he fell off a couple of years ago and didn't even want to get out of the ditch, but he had to get back on again. And George wants to win a classic. He's won the Ghent Wevelgem, but this is the big classic. Hello, what's happening here now?
For Macari.
Yeah. But I thought Kirspier's had that strength over the years, and you're quite right though, Sean, he's not lasted him. There's a hell of a difference in 200 km and 261 km, isn't there?
Yes, there is, and especially in the classic races where it's more difficult to go over very difficult terrains, like this one, you know, 51 kilometres of cobblestones, the Tour of Flandre, there are so many of those hills to be climbed with cobblestones. You know, they're much more demanding, and a lot of riders we see can win races, can win stages in tours, and long ones, you know, over 250 k's, but when they come to classic races in the last 30 kilometres, that seems to be the problem for them, and that's where they have and run into problems.
So this is 1,600 metres of pavé they're going across this time, whittling our way down. The next one will come at Aspre, will be sector 17, 1,700 metres, and then the section at Avoury, 2,500 metres, section 16, the one that's been renovated, I think is the word, and we'll have a good look at that shortly. Is that one of our brake guys coming back, Sean, the fellow in the pale blue? It looks like the fellow Gerolsteiner might have dropped himself back into the group. I'm only guessing because we haven't had a good shot of that.
Yes, well, we see some time ago Kraus from Gerolsteiner. He was having problems following the other his breakaway companions, and it looked a bit like his style are okay.
Oh, look at that shot! That's brilliant. The work the cameramen do to bring you these pictures, they take their lives in their hands too as well, sitting on those motorbikes and standing up and getting the pictures, and then operating, and the motorcyclist on the front too, having to pick his way through the riders, pick his way across the cobbles, and the relationship between the motorcycle cameraman and the driver, the pilot of the motorbike, fantastic. Hello. He's still in trouble. He punctured, and I thought he was getting back. He got himself a bottle, and it looked like he was getting up in the back end, though, Sean, but they've now put him back up again. Haven't heard anything over the radio too. It's a bit broken up at the moment. The sound isn't travelling too easily for him. We're just getting crack, crack, bang, bang in our headphones, but certainly he's in trouble at one of the worst parts of the course, because you can see there's bits of mud on the road too as well, and he's got to get in amongst some vehicles. So Van den Broek is... he looked comfortable though, Sean. I didn't look like he'd sold out.
No, certainly not. He's coming back, but he's having a pretty difficult chase here, and surprising there haven't been a teammate coming back. But of course, he has not a lot of teammates here. They only 6 starters from Passo Bortola, so that's a disadvantage for him. And he certainly hasn't got a team like of Lotto, Domo or Quickstep, for example, and that's going to be a disadvantage. And this chase, I think he will get back into the leading group group, because there's not a lot of action up in the front of the main bunch, but he will have to make a big effort, and that's something he might pay for in the end of the race.
Yeah, and one or two of the leading riders have beginning to drop back, looking over their shoulder. They can see it's all over and done with, so they were in that breakaway group right from the 70 kilometres, I suppose. There we are, they're going, so enough is enough, and back we go.
Yes, Bonomi from Seiko and Auger from Rag.
Well, there we are, the main group deciding which way to go round the island. Some not too certain which way to go. Nobody's gone over the centre yet. There's too much green grass in the middle and
only
the flower beds.
Only for the hedge they would be going over the centre.
I thought so. They looked at it and they changed their mind. It's not the Grand National, chaps, it's the Paris-Roubaix. More coming up after this.
With City cycling shoes.
Could that be your son?
It could be. But my son died 19 years ago.
The smashing of the face and the cutting off the hands.
He didn't even look human. Something terrible is going to happen.
Taking lives. Hello, Mother. The energy the world needs.
Wer gewann den UEFA Cup 2003? Celtic? Porto? Lazio? Wissen Sie die Antwort? Spielen Sie mit Eurosport und gewinnen Sie.
Einen DigiSet Duo Aria MP3-Player, einen SlimSound MP3-Player oder eines dieser Produkte von DigiSet. Ein Club Football oder Manager Videospiel, einen Valomo Fußball, ein Oceo Trainingsanzug oder weitere Produkte der 7. Oceo Kollektion. Per SMS schicken Sie Eurosport an 8269. Viel Glück!
Bridgestone.
Lovely shot of the peloton in the green fields. Now spring is with us. There's some lovely blossoms beginning to appear, but April shower, let's hope they don't come down. We've been sitting in the commentary box, Sean Kelly himself, well, commentary box, it's the biggest fridge in the world, I call it. We're sat at the finishing straight of the race. We're now looking back at Van den Broek coming up to get back in the pack after he had a bit of a long time to get back, so he had a bit of a puncture problem, but he's back there now, and the gap then 35 seconds to lead us down the road. Who we got down the road still?
We've got Comesso who's still up the road, and Van Bon, who we see there, he came out of the bunch with Heemstra from Chocolate Jack, but he's actually got across to Comesso, so we have those two out in front with a 35 seconds of a lead. And again we see the bunch here, a lot of riders looking at each other and all across the road, so again it's slowing down a bit here, and that's that's the usual form of the race, to get over the cobblestones, the sections, the earlier sections. Well, there's an acceleration to get onto them and over the sections, and then when they come off, if there's a number of kilometres in between especially, well then it slows down, and that's what we're seeing here in the bunch.
So you can see the two riders are still out there, but not for long, I don't think. And whilst we're having the statistics, we went the ad break. Sean, you had some information about Max Chandry.
Yes, we see a shot of Max Chandry there. He was beside the CSE team car, and they were straightening his rear derailleur, because it looked like he had a crash, because his handlebars was missing off, or his handle tape, sorry, was missing off one of the side of his handlebars, and it looks like he was down in a crash, and his rear rear mech seemed to be bent, and they were trying to straighten it as he was moving along.
So bad luck for Max, and again a very experienced rider, and I was say getting toward the end of his career. I suppose, yes, I could say that, and he's still enjoying his cycling. And what can happen, of course, is riders like him can pass down that skill and experience to younger riders who may have sort of a zest to do something, and you say, hey, steady on, wait, do this, do that, and something else. It's sort of ability to sum up what's going on and read the race. As we're now coming to this Athre 1,700 metres, you see the number of stars there, just shows you the strength of it. And also going across that, or under the bridge, that's one of the old railway lines that went over the top, I think. Well, they ripped the things up now, but the peloton is at 33 seconds. We've still got 2 riders down the road.
And here we see the main bunch on this section of Haspers. Again, the quick step team, of course, to the fore there. We see one of the riders, you know, controlling things on the front. And as I said some time ago, this is, I think, this is one of the strongest teams, especially if not the strongest team in the race. Because if you look down through the riders they have got, I think they have a number of riders who are capable of winning this, and a number of past winners, of course. You know, as we see earlier on there, David, about Patrick Lefevre, he's won it so many times, and you know, he's definitely got a team here today with possibility of winning this race.
Well, there we are, and so in fact I understand we've got British Eurosport still with us, and we're going off to some football match, I believe, and thanks for your company so far. But what's going to happen, as I mentioned earlier on, if you are listening to British Eurosport, we thought you've gone already, but do hang on in there. After football, we'll be back on air. They're recording it, and then you'll be able to pick it up after football, and you should not miss any of the action. It'll be coming out for the last couple of hours of the race. That's going to be the real decision point in the race. Thanks for your company so far, and I hope you enjoy the football. And those of you watching cycling, now going to football, stay with it. There's always good on British Eurosport, and we hope you'll come back to us when it's over and done with in about a couple of hours from now. The race goes on, the commentary goes on, the agony of it all goes on. There's no rest for these guys today as we're getting through the cobbles, but certainly they've been bouncing over this little lot all the way. They've got 51 kilometres of cobbles, and we aren't to the halfway point yet, but here 33 seconds the lead for our 2 riders on the front. So the teams are beginning to take some charge at the front, Sean. It looks a little bit more, I won't say control, but I get the impression 1 or 2 people are going to move up there and say we can't be hanging about much longer. What do you think?
Well, I think they're up on the front.
Whoops! Oh dear, sorry, Sean.
Yes, you know, once again, a lot of riders here all the time, and very much grouped together. And if one rider makes you know, a false move and go down he goes, as we see here,
yeah,
he takes many out of it.
Yes. Yeah, the first one to go on the left, he lost control of the bike, bouncing the other fellow, and just like, you know, dominoes, you put all the dominoes up, all they go, but these are very colourful ones, and oops, that looks like not nice.
Bartko from Rabobank.
Oh dear.
Roberto Bartko.
Bortolami that wants a rear wheel. Well, Bartko, world champion on the track. Big strong rider, just brought down. .40 seconds is the lead at the moment for the 2 riders down there. Oof. that brings it home to you when you see that happen. Barco, tremendously good, strong rider, fell through no fault of his own. There was just that rider went into the green grass on the side, into the gutter, and you can see how the ruts are here where the tractors have been. Once you drop into that, Sean, there's nowhere to go except on your side. Down he went. Is he calling it a day?
Well, it looks like he's going to call it a day.
Here we go. Watch. Look there. See?
Yes. Well, there was a little bit of a low point there to the side of the road, and somebody, one of the riders got it wrong, and when they're so grouped together, the road was full there. If they're in one line, well, then there's a possibility if the riders can get around him. But there, once one rider goes down, he takes out a lot of riders with him.
Sounds like 10 green bottles, but there's more than that. We started with 176 riders on at the race when it started out there in Compiègne this morning at 11 o'clock. A cold day it was, and it still is rather chilly. A northerly wind blowing, not a strong wind, not too much trouble. It's just drifting down towards the field as the accidents and the punctures beginning to take their toll of the riders in this. Then 25 teams were entered, but only 24 started, with the Cofidis team being suspended by their management just while they're sorting out the few problems that are going on now, and we get some clarity in the accusations of flying around regarding the position of drugs which have been unfortunately bedeviling not only the sport of cycling but other sports as well. It really is something which has to be stamped out, and more I think it's down to the health authorities in each nation. Whilst the UCI is doing all it can to police its own sport, other nations, other sports are doing the same thing, but the resources needed to carry out the checks and to carry out the surprise raids and so on out of season training and practicing in all sorts of sports are very expensive, and I don't think that the sport can always fund that sort of requirement, and perhaps governments have got to say, look, we have problems with drugs when it comes to school children, we have that policed, we have troubles with drugs in discotheques, and that has to be policed. So possibly it's only one part of modern society that we're having to put up with here, and possibly we need governments to make sure that they do all they can to help keep sport clean and healthy, because no sportsman, whatever your sport is, goes in it to do illegal things. They get sucked into it for one reason or other, and sometimes the riders and the sportsmen and the athletes find themselves involved in something which was not of their making at all. So not a lecture from me here, but just saying we across every sport, across the whole of the world, and perhaps the Olympics coming up, if they do take place. No, Mr. Olympic Committee, I'm sure it will all happen, but I'm saying that we have to use this next 12 months to really try and sort out this problem which bedevils all sports.
And as we can see here, it's slowed up a lot in the main bunch because there's groups coming back into the main bunch again, and that proves that the speed definitely has dropped, and the way the riders are here grouped together across the road. So an opportunity for the riders who got left behind can come back into this race again, and I think this is the moment now where we could see some of the riders who feel for the end they're not strong enough to take on the big favourites. They will start attacking here, and we could see some riders trying to get out of the main bunch.
I understand George Hincapie has had a puncture. As more of them, yes. Coming up our headphones, there's a non-stop barrage of Crevation, Rue Arrière. They really are suddenly seem to be going into a trough of punctures, Sean. But sometimes we don't hear much. It's all happening all at once, isn't it?
Yes, we see Capel from Lambeau Credit punctured, Taffy from Alessio puncturing. There's quite a lot of punctures at the moment. We see here Bortolami this group is they're coming back also. He had a puncture also some time ago, so a lot of punctures this moment. And the surprising one was the first section of cobbles. In the bunch they had only 4 punctures, which was a surprise really, because that's when everybody is trying to get into the front of the group to get onto the first section of cobblestones, and they go very fast. And normally there's a huge amount of punctures on that section, but this year there were only 4 punctures in the whole of the bunch.
More cries coming out over our headphones. Another one puncture for the Lambert credit. I think actually, Sean, we might try and find with our technical chaps if they couldn't sometimes just put it in the distance for the viewers, hear this sort of crackle going on with this excitement in the voice of the Radio Tour, shouting out the crashes. If just in the background, like we listen to our headphones, it would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? There's an urgency about when he shouts out. Fantastic.
And we've just seen Bortolami. He's after getting back into the main bunch.
They're calling up Taffy's car, are they, just then?
Yes, well, Taffy had a puncture just some time ago as well, and he's calling the team car for some adjustments. And of course, when they change a wheel, sometimes the brakes are not adjusted rightly, so they have to, center the brakes again. And maybe for one of those reasons, he's calling the team car.
But fortunately, we're on a nice smooth stretch here, aren't we? Because the worst part must come as soon as you get constant pavé to get back again.
Yes, well, that's the difficulty. If you puncture at the wrong moment, you can make a very big effort to get back. And Van den Broek's effort, that was one of the more difficult ones we've seen, because it was going very fast up in the front of the bunch, and he had to make a big effort to come back. As we see the champion of France here, Didier Roos, he also had to puncture some kilometres back, but again, not too difficult for him to come back, because we can see the bunch here, they're not going at a very fast pace. So the Royals who are puncturing at the moment, it's in one way it's a lucky time to puncture, because you don't have to make a huge effort to get back into the main group again.
Interesting, Joachim's going off the front then, the champion of Luxembourg. That must say that George Hincapie's got back, I suppose, Sean, because if anybody may have gone back to him would have been Joachim, or at least slow the thing down the front. But George Hincapie had a little chat to him yesterday on the programme, as still our 2 riders hanging out the front. By the way, this fellow Bont that's on the screen, let's come back to George in just a moment. He won the Gent-Wevelgem, and it was quite a surprise when he did it. I'm not saying all that much surprise, but he'd been a goodish rider, and he won the Gent-Wevelgem, which we had during this Wednesday, and Tom Boonen won that. George Hincapie's won that one too as well. It's what we call a mini classic now, because the UCI in their wisdom chopped about 60 kilometres off it, and so it is now 200 kilometres or thereabouts to get Wevelgem. I'm sorry we didn't bring it on Eurosport. We normally have done in the past. Before you start complaining and whacking in emails on the forum, we have got more cycling, if we add up the days we're covering this year, than we had last year. I've counted the days, they're quite considerable, because of course we do have this year the Olympics as well ahead of us. So and we had for this year the 3 days of Japan, which we haven't had in the past. So you lose some, you gain some, but certainly we're bringing you the best we can internationally, as well as through British Eurosport, the bike race. There we are, the pyramids of France. Well, there's only one now. You might say, how the heck did that? No, it's not Waterloo. It's not there. This is near Belgium, Waterloo. Because that's, if you ever go to Waterloo, and I hope you go there to see the Tour de France this year, there's a big mound like that, which is to commemorate the big battle. Oh, there's the other pyramid. These are it's a residue from the pits, because we're going through a great coal mining area, and that's all the stuff they dug out, and all the legacy of the coal mining still all piled up on the side of the road.
tarmac, gravel, snow, mud. 4 things we miss too much.
From the 10th to the 13th of June, we'll elect our representatives for Europe. On May 1st, the European Union represents 25 states, 450 million people, and 30% of the world's wealth. Give a voice to Europe. Vote.
Somewhere else, it's rush hour. Somewhere else, people are working hard. Somewhere else, it's a stressful day. Somewhere else, smog is covering the city. Somewhere else, they're building another factory. Peaceful. The Czech Republic, come to slow down.
Discover Eurosport's new teletext service. Sports results, news, statistics, and the TV schedule. All the major European football leagues, motorsports, horse racing, tennis, athletics, and more. It's as easy as pressing the text button on your TV remote control.
Kom hier!
We haven't missed much in our break because the field is pretty well congealed, I think is the word, but I thought I heard something over my headphones about Van den Broek puncturing again, Sean. Did you pick that up, or was it just one of those, you know, mental aberrations?
No, his name certainly came over. I don't think, I didn't hear the puncture, but they mentioned his name, that he was coming back into the bunch again. Harper's
just been back to the car. He seems to go backwards and forwards, so drinks all the time.
Well, yes, he was taking quite a few bottles there, and the first time he took the bottle when he punctured, of course, there was a little bit of help because he was taking a little pull from the bottle, which is the normal procedure when you're making your way back after a puncture or a mechanical problem.
Your hand gets stuck to the bottle, and the bottle's got stuck to the team manager's hand, and the hand of the team manager is inside the car.
That's correct.
Just a little, whoops, the gendarme nearly hammered one of the riders. If we go back down sometime and see those motorcycles go by with a chap in the blue overalls, or whatever you like to call these things that the motorcyclists wear, the policemen have special bikes, believe it or not, for this race, the Paris-Roubaix. They have a set of motocross type bicycles with the knobbly tyres on them, the higher clearance underneath the engine, and the bigger suspension systems just for this particular race. Just shows the degree of interest taken by the French police in cycle racing, in particular this classic Paris-Roubaix, that they will provide the gendarmes with very special motorbikes. And the reason they come backwards and forwards, or you see them going forward, is they are marshalling the various junctions. There are static police out at various points, but also there are other places where they can't get policemen. You can't marshal everything. So they have them out in certain points, making sure also that the local marshal in place is risen, they drop in place. And when we get onto the main roads too, they'll be there advising riders of the obstacles that may be in their path too as well. So they do a tremendous job, the police, and the way in which they've learnt over the years how to control it, how to keep it on. See, the one who is waving his arms about down there, he's one of the static police force on the side, but a motorcycle would have been through. If for some reason there's an unmanned point, they will pull over. But normally speaking, they know exactly where they're going to right the way through. They come to Roubaix, and I think this is the section of the pavé which is just being recently refurbished. We shall see.
and we see a lot of action here in the front of the bunch from the teams who have got the big favourites. We see US Postal here on the front. We also see the Quick Step on the front some time ago. So it's getting to the moment where it's getting a decisive moment, because there's a section of cobbles here, but they're only about 10 kilometres from Forêt d'Arenberg. As we see Plancart here, he's got a puncture, a rear puncture, and this is certainly not the moment to get a puncture, because I think it will start going very fast here, because positions will be very important coming into these sections, which just lies ahead.
Which part of the dynasty is he, this young Plancart? Because Eddie Plancart won in 1990. I remember he took off with about 25 k's to go for the finish. Eddie Plancart just stuck his head down, bang, and he was gone. Eddie's his uncle, is it?
Yes.
Joe? Yeah. And there's another Plancart, I think, just joined one of the. I think it's yes, he's with the Chocolate Jacques team. There's another Plancart has now joined the team, and they said, well, he hasn't done much recently. In fact, I think he's been injured or sick or had some problems the last couple of years. So another Plancart has come into the sport and riding for the new Chocolate Jacques team.
And we have our two leaders out in front, Comesso, of course, from Seiko, and Van Bon, and the gap is around 30-35 seconds. And we have just seen the main part of the bunch. They're on the section 60 in Huveli, which is 2.5 kilometres long, and of course the next sections, Forêt d'Arenberg and Wallers, those are the ones which are going to be very, very decisive, and everybody wants to be the first 10 or 15 riders going on to those sections.
And bad luck then for Van den Broek, having all the trouble with puncturing it, chase himself back in again. He must sap the strength. You could do with the rest, couldn't you? But hit the hardest part.
Yes, well, it was a pretty long chase for Van den Broek, and they were going quite fast at the time. But if he have his troubles behind him now, and he gets a trouble-free ride from here on, he can recover a bit. And I think we might not have seen the end of him yet, because the form he's in, he was in very good shape last week, and unfortunately he punctured in the final as well.
Lovely shot. You see the little white bibs on the left-hand side with numbers on. Those are the official photographers, and they are allocated or allowed motorcycles to take them to various parts of the course, and so that the authorities try to ensure that the photographers get the best position, and also when they come down to finish they can go through where security is. Is this Plancart again? Yeah.
This is Plancart.
Yeah, on the left, yes. That's Roger Hammond's team and also Jeremy Hunt's team. But nobody's come back to help him, Sean. Do you think he'll get back?
Well, I think it's maybe a moment where there's not a lot of action in the bunch, and the director sportif, of course, he will make that decision. If it's not really going really fast up front, well, then it's better to leave the rider come back on his own, because he can come back in the cars. If you take back 2 or 3 riders, sometimes the Commerçar, he makes a gap then between himself and the rear of the bunch, and he leaves a gap there to be closed by the riders. So sometimes it's better for a rider to just do it on his own if it's not really going fast up front.
Well, he's working his way through the cars, and again the team managers keep an eye on what's coming up from behind, and at the back there, was that Capel?
Yes, 194 Capel from Lambert Credit.
Making heavy weather, isn't he? If memory serves correctly, I think he's been ex-Belgian champion as well. But,
yes, he was actually. He was riding with AG2R when he won the Belgium Championships, and he's has some good rides over the last couple of years. But we see his style there. Plancart is pedaling a much lower gear, so he looks more comfortable. Where Ludovic is, Capel is pushing a higher gear, and it looks a bit more that he's not going as well. But it depends on the style of riders and what sort of a gear they use. Maybe he's still very comfortable there. You can get a false impression.
But is he going backwards? Because he didn't seem to be making that much progress, so has he punctured and not got back, or is he going through a bad patch?
Well, he had a puncture. He had a puncture some time ago, but it is quite a moment ago. So I'm surprised that he hasn't got back into the bunch before now. But you know, it's difficult to know. Maybe he's suffering after making that effort to get back after puncturing. And here again we see the Lotos and the Quick Step team front of the bunch here. They're taking the thing into control, and this is the moment where they have to make sure they keep their top men and their favourites up in the front over the next number of sections of cobbles.
So the big one yet to come, Forest of Arenberg, and that, as ever, lined by thousands of spectators. Stay with us.
Dag Hoyer, what are you made of?
Euronics and Thompson Senior invite you to enter the Euro Best Goals competition. Look at the selection of the greatest European Championship goals, recreated in 3D on our website, and choose your top 3. Win a Thompson Senior LCD screen with its elegant design and top quality picture, or a Thompson Home Cinema pack. Go to eurosport.com/gamezone. Good luck with Euronics and Thompson.
Good to go. Man, I go all out. Book y'all make them all out. All out. Book y'all make them all out. Stick. Good to go. Yo, what is man? Yo, what is? All out. The best of you. Go. All out. Book y'all make them.
Connecting you each week with over 240 flights within Europe and with over 540 flights to Hong Kong and beyond, providing you with the best connections to Asia Pacific. From the world's best international airport, Hong Kong International. Flying the world's best airline. That's the joy of Cathay Pacific.
He rejoined us, and Aldag launched that attack, and it now seems to be drifting away off the front. Sean, suicidal move or sensible?
Well, I think it's a sensible move because, you know, when we go to the next section of cobbles in Arenberg, it's really difficult and a lot of pushing and shoving, and the risk of crashes is great. So Aldag, an experienced rider, he realises that, and also he's not a rider who's very explosive. So for him, it's difficult for him to match the real good riders and the strong riders. So he slipped away here, and to try and get across here on his own, if he can do that, well, then it will be a good move.
And shortly after Arenberg, we have back-to-back the other very close bits of cobbles before we go to feed zone, heading in towards Orchies, and between zones 12 and 11. There's a fair bit of quite smooth and reasonable bit of road there where they go to the feed zone. So this has always been, as we get into the Arenberg, a bit of a decision time for many people, and those who've done their work on the front to try and contain it for the benefit of their team managers, teammates, might well think by the time they get to the feed zone it's time to stop and get off, and particularly that's where some of the riders who've just been sent down as cannon fodder will decide that's as far as they want to go. But it doesn't seem to be, Sean, to have been that fast, that furious, that harmful so far, so perhaps we might get a few more goes through the feed zone, not climb off today. Well,
yes, it's surprising that it's not going faster here, because normally at this point of the race, and you know, going into to the Forêt d'Arenberg, it's normally very, very fast. And surprising here, as we see, they're very much grouped together. It's not going a bit faster.
And still your favourite teams for selection?
Yes, and as we see Museo here, you know, quite close to the fore. And the interesting one about the favourites and the experienced riders like of Museo, we haven't seen him at all until now. You know, he's there, but he's taking shelter all the time, not riding in the front. You know, sparing all his energy for the final. And we just see him now in a very good position, in about 4th or 5th position here, which is the position to be in.
And it's certainly slimmed down a bit. There can't be much more than not even 100 riders there. 80?
Maybe 80 riders, yes.
It's a fair number, but even so, we've lost a lot without realising it.
Yes, there's a lot of riders after, you know, getting dropped out of this group, and you know, we see that there was quite a few groups on the road, and surprisingly they haven't come back because you know, it hasn't been very active in the main part of the bunch. But still, I think there's a headwind here, and that's the reason that it's not going fast at the moment. They're very much grouped together, so that can account for the bunch pretty much grouped together so close to the fur of Arenberg.
And not much shelter either from the wind on these wide open straights. When they're a bit further down into the little cobbled roads, then they've got high hedges, or they've also got like it's a ditch almost dug in. The road is sort of depressed with on either side the high banks as well, so there's a bit of shelter. It is, as I say, come northeasterly wind, and a bit on the chilly side too as well. Yes, a lot of riders beginning to come back now.
Yes, it does. There's a group of riders actually making contact to the rear of that main bunch at the moment.
Seconds for Aldag and the main group. Welcome, it says, to this part of the world, as well as Arenberg. A great, again, coal mining there. Well, these are now the pit wheels are silent. No longer do the cages go up and down into the pits, taking the miners down into the depths. Stabinski, who was a great champion, great racing cycle. I saw him yesterday looking very fit indeed. He was a coal miner. His family came over from Poland, established themselves in France. He became a very great rider indeed, as Stabinski. The coal mining industry across the world has changed enormously, and no longer do the miners go down the pits, and so we're back with the race, back with our Aldag, and on this infamous Arenberg.
And a good move by Aldag. You know, he's got onto this section now. And you know, to get onto it on your own is a bit more safer, because you can select your route on the cobblestones. You can see you can see where the holes are when you arrive in the bunch, and you're in a position of 6th or 8th position. It's a bit more difficult to see where the problem zones are. So a good move by Aldag, and of course he's a rider who have a vast experience because he's around for quite a number of years.
What a sight. The flags are out, the public are out, and these cobbles over the years, you imagine the coal miners would go across them to and from the coal mines, the trucks, the carts, everything, and it looks like somebody's gone down. One of the motorbikes has gone down. These are the problems. There's still a bit of dampness here, Sean, isn't there? Look at this.
Yes, there's a lot of dampness here. We've been told that there was a lot of mud on the Arenberg, and here we see it. Quite a lot of mud and very, very slippery. We see Aldag here is having problems to stay on the centre, and when you go down off the centre, the way the chamfer is down, it's difficult to get back up, and we see Aldag, and here it goes. A number of riders down. It looks like US Postal.
Clear's gone, yep.
Van Heijswijk.
You've got to be in the centre, haven't you, then, Sean? Because on either side, but there where the trees were, it seemed the mud was on the edge, wasn't it?
Yes, there was a lot of mud, and it was also very wet.
That's another bike gone down.
Is that the same one?
I'm not sure.
I think. I think it looks like it's the same one, because at the section it is very muddy here and still very damp, and of course when the number of cars pass in front, they pull up a lot of the mud and make it very, very slippery, and you know, that's what we see there. And the motorbike, of course, they cause a lot of problems, and the motorbike should be further ahead actually, because they can cause a lot of problems for the riders, as it did there.
And I suppose some of the motorcyclists, if they're Cameron, they're trying to get the pictures, and they're going into the gutter, aren't they? Right against the verge.
Yes, but we have, of course, we have the fixed camera here, so the motorbike should be pushed a bit further ahead to allow the riders a bit of space, because we see there the motorbike, it could have caused a major problem. It could have took out a lot more riders than they actually did.
And also now they've got the barricades on the side. Years gone by, they didn't used to do that, did they? The public would be everywhere.
Yes, and there was riders riding behind the spectators, and you would not see a rider for a number of 100 metres, and then he would appear from out behind the crowd. So it was getting very dangerous. So they had to put these barriers on the side
and keep the people on the left-hand side.
And more crashes. Race radio. A number of riders down once again.
What a sight. And imagine they set off this morning at 11 o'clock Central European time. We're now coming up towards 3:30 in the afternoon. They've been racing for some 4.5 hours over some of the most diabolical roads in northern France. And here they are, hammering on to try and break the string, break it up. And you can see in there, George Hincapie, Museo going through here, Van Petegem, and looks like Torhushpot as well just going through. And the top guys look like they've survived, but we'll wait for the count to come later on.
And here we see Leif Host from Lotto, who was very prominent last week. He was in that 80 break right from the beginning, and stayed up there all day, and was finished second in the end. So he's in very good shape and doing a very good job here for the team and for Van Petegem.
91 kilometres to go. Yes, Host is in there. I'm sure it's Bradley Wiggins. Let's have a look. Ah, it's gone. But this looks like the remnants from the battle raging at the front. Oh, somebody advertising frites there. What could do with a nice big plate of frites?
The champion of Luxembourg from US Postal, Joachim. And the leading bunch, about 17 riders in the front, but it depends on what happened after this. If they continue on to race up front, or if they slow up a bit, well, then there will be a lot of those riders who will manage to get back into the leading bunch once again.
And interesting that I've watched the rider from France de Jeux. He just pulled over the side of the road. He obviously punctured it, and at the top was one of his mechanics ready to put a replacement wheel into his bicycle. Just shows the way in which the team managers and the mechanics have to work to try and decide who goes where, who does this, and then they'll loop round again to make sure they're there with spares as and when they're necessary.
Hammond.
That's Hammond, yeah.
Yes.
Whoa!
Bartoli.
Yeah.
And Bonan is just coming into this leading group, so he was just a little bit behind this leading group coming out of Arenberg.
De Kirk, Host, and Bon. Uden. Weisman, yeah. Hincapie is there. Sanin is there. Hodge is there too. Yeah. Houchard's made it, so the work has been done as far as Bradley Wiggins is concerned. Ride his own race now, unless he can get back up there and do something to Houchard. Houchard made it for the Crédit Agricole team. Now without Stuart O'Grady, by the way, who moved over to the Cofidis team, and Stuart, though, is like one of those other riders who is sitting there watching this on television since the team didn't start this morning. Backstead coming up. And Weinsteins. Oh, are they going to keep going now, Sean? That seems to me to be anybody's there. I haven't heard Van den Broek's name, but there's a lot of top boys in there.
Yes, there certainly is, and if you know, if they keep on riding here, if they get organised, but it doesn't look like everybody wants to, you know, start riding on the front here. We see Leif Host there from Lotto. We see Wesemel, who was doing a bit on the front, but a lot of riders seems to be prepared just to sit in here and wait, and not prepared to pull this thing along. And if that's the case, we will see groups of riders coming back, as we see a group of about 7 or 8 riders here coming up, and I think we will see a number of them if they don't really pull together in the front.
We're not going to have a day like we did with Flanders, are we?
Well, we're coming to that moment. If a lot of riders come back now and nobody wants, you know, to start pushing the thing up front, I think we will see riders attacking, and possibly then we could see a group of riders getting out of this thing a bit later on.
Well, the tactics for T-Mobile seem to work them, getting Aldag down the road. Weisman's made it as well.
Yes, Weisman was there, and you know, there was a number of riders who we see now. Della was also there from T-Mobile, so they are quite represented up here in the front group.
Are they therefore more interested to drive this thing along? Because if you say that the rest of the riders aren't doing too much, would one team grab by the scruff of it? I mean, they've got 3 riders there.
No, you can't. You know, it's not possible just with one team to do that. And we see Wesemel, he was going through there, and Nardello also was rolling through, and you know, trying to get the rest to come to follow on and start sharing the pace making on the front, but you can't do it with a team. They will do it for a moment to see will everybody start to cooperating, but if it doesn't happen, well, then we will see them stopping also, and again then they will a lot of riders get back into this leading group again.
There we are, sector 14, and they're actually going to turn here on this sector 14. When they get to the top, they're going to turn and get with the wind behind them. So there is an advantage coming up at the end of this sector 14. They drop down and they're going to have the wind coming behind them before they turn right again. Whoops!
Lars Mikkelsen.
Oh, another strong guy, eh?
Yes, who was one of the men for CSC today, because it's his type of race, very, very strong, as you said, and not a good moment to puncture, because a lot of groups in between here, a lot of chasing going on. So if you're on your own out here, you know, you can have a very hard ride to get back into the main front of the bunch.
Also interesting chase that Gaydon, past winner of this race, is in that little chase group, so he's obviously aware of this race, what to do, get in the right place at the right time. But he's got to close the gap on breakaway group, which is with those T-Mobile riders in there, strength in depth, if they can keep this one going. This is really the crunch point now. It does seem to be, though, Sean, they are going for it.
Yes, it looks like they are pushing it along. We see the Lotus once again, who are, you know, quite active in the front on the past number of sections. We see the Lotto team, which are you know, setting the pace. So and there's a number of them up there also, as they are from the T-Mobile. So they would like to see this group getting together and start working well together, and to keep out in front, because if you allow a lot of groups to come back and a lot of riders, you're back to the same situation. You have to start all over again, getting onto the next section of cobblestones, fighting for position and pushing, and the dangers of crashing. So it's in their interest to keep this group out in front.
Where is Museo? We saw him. Is he in this little group here? When they were going through the lot, I'm just concerned. You know, it seems we've got some good riders in there, but we saw him coming out of the forest. He looked in good order then, and there's Ketchens at the back. I'm not sure if you've got a lot of numbers down there. Is Museo made it?
Yes, but I'm not sure if this is the leading group. I think this could be a group that's chasing the group of Museo and the group of Van Petegem.
Yeah. Well, No, unfortunately, what they don't do here, Weinstein's that group.
34 seconds.
Yeah, what used to happen is you've got Moto 1 and Moto 2 and Moto 3 because you've got the whole mismatch of riders mixed up in there, and it's very difficult then to go back and forth. We're getting news coming up over our headphones from the. In fact, he's gone very quiet. Radio 2 seems to have disappeared. Do you think he's fallen off his motorbike? No, he's in a motor car, isn't he? Perhaps he's been marooned there. Perhaps his sump's gone on his car, because sometimes they bounce over the cobbles and destroy the sump, and that's it.
No, I think actually the Radio 2 could be coming from the motorbike today.
And you think he might have fallen off?
So we haven't had any word from Radio 2, so it's possible that in Arenberg that he was the one who went up at the dust.
Got a mouthful of mud, yes. Oh dear. Well, he's cracking. He's coming back now. We might be able to pick it up later on. Yes, Museau is in that group then with Van Pedegem and Hincapie and Hushvad, all that, and of course Roger Hammond in there too as well. So bit of a group 22nd behind, coming rather quickly, but it looks as if they're using this opportunity here to take on some refreshments. They have got the wind behind them at the moment. Steedman's coming up, or is he off the front? And Aldeg has been doing all the work. Yes, Aldeg started the whole thing. So Mazzo's made it. Got a good number of quick-step riders around about him.
Bonan.
Yep. And that fellow Krengen was coming up too as well, as Hushvad goes through. What a way to go. I mean, he's racing on Tuesday, and that's it. Then he's finished. And he's retired, Museo, and he's with that group. The whole of the supporters for this line of Flanders, we're so pleased to know he's got it. They'll be listening on their radios to pick it up and be giving a good show on his way through. Well, just having a look at Museo in that group. It's quite a considerable group, and it looks like it's getting itself sorted with Museo in there. Is he riding on for a victory? We'll find out. But before we do that, we're going to look at the statistics of this great rider in the Paris-Roubaix, going back there to see to 1993 when he finished fourth. An amazing selection there, 3 times first, twice third, once second and once fourth. And do bear in mind that he had a horrendous crash, must have been, was that 98 or thereabouts, a bit late there, but he certainly had a horrendous crash and smashed his knee, and that was him out for the best part of a year. He's ex-world champion as well on the road, but one race which he never really enjoyed was the Tour de France, funnily enough. I think he'd be the last guy to say that he's interested in big stage races. This is speciality, this is his stamping ground. This is where the Belgians over the years, they won some 50 Paris-Roubaix, have had their success, and he is one of those great riders who just have a natural affinity for racing under these conditions. The Radio Tour is back, so he's either picked himself out of the dust and dirt, or else he's had his radio repaired. Oh dear. Wow.
Mikkelsen once again. Yeah. Oh no, Hoffman, sorry.
But is crank coming loose? That's something you don't often see now. I remember over the years, loose cranks was, in the early days of alloy cranks, it was a very common thing to have happened. Those days, the section of the crank, well, actually, of the bottom bracket axle, was a square section, and the crank went onto it, and then you put a nut to hold the crank in place by having a thread on the nut going inside the bottom bracket axle, and you'd lock that up. And for some reason it was, I think it's usually the left-hand crank that undid itself, probably something to do with the way in which the threads went. But you don't actually see it quite so much now. It's been honestly the thing of the past. And if you get a chance to have a look at the new Dior set from Shimano, they have got another way of the bottom bracket is virtually a hollow tube, and quite an oversized one with very big oversized ball bearings and oversized bearings in which the balls rotate. Very big chunky job it is, and the cranks go on a very different way. When they go onto the axle, instead of a bolt coming in into the axle holding in place, they've got a bolt which goes across the top, if I can use the word, clipping it together, so that the crank actually, if you looked at the crank downwards from where you're pedaling and the pedals at the bottom, you look down from the top, it's like it's sliced and cut, and therefore it's clamped with a bolt, rather like the bolt that goes in a seat tube and holds the seat pin in place. That bolt that goes, that's a very similar thing to this new Dior system, where the bolt going across the top, just to hold it in place, it goes onto a multi-spline, then it's locked in place. And interesting that George Hincapie, when I looked at one of his bikes yesterday, is still riding on the older system where the nut goes into the bottom bracket axle and holds the crank into place. But the new Dior system, it is bolted at the top, rather novel way of doing things. We won't get a chance of watching the whiz round here, but it's made it much lighter, the new Dior system, and the outside or the right-hand crank has got a great big, what we call spider, enormous. It looks very bulky, but because it's all hollow inside, it is very light indeed and very strong. They did some tests in America of the lightweight carbon fiber cranks, and they did some tests with aluminium cranks and this, that, and the other reference, and the Dior set, the new one, came out as being the most rigid crank. They did all these devices which replicated the pedaling motion, and to see how it twisted, how it flexed in use. And amazing that Shimano set came out as the best and was lighter than some of the carbon fiber sets. A lot of people are going to carbon fiber cranks now, but the new Dior system was whoops! Oh, I'm rambling on about the cranks, and one that vehicle's trying to cut through there and not make a bit of pig's ear of it. So, sorry about the technical thing which sound a bit odd to you non-technical people, but the cyclists know what I mean, and if they have a look and drool at the new Dior set, certainly the tests, again, Mr. Shimano doesn't send me free sets and say, here you are, David, mention our product on air. These are things I read about, getting magazines from all across the world, both trade magazines, sports magazines, and it's nice to see some of the tests, particularly in American magazines. The Velo News over there does a lot more tests than anywhere else. They have the facilities, I suppose, to do it, and particularly since so much in new design and development of new types of materials come out of America and or out of Japan on the back of the American experience, because they've got an enormous market there, and certainly these new Dior cranks are quite unusual to look at, but they do the job. They're lighter, stronger, and less flexible than before. Back with the racing, enough rabbiting on about the bike. Sean will update you on how he sees it right now.
Yes, well, we're on section 14 of the copper sections, 13, sorry, Horang, and this is one of the sections which they will be doing in the Tour of France this year. And we see there the group, there was a group of riders came back into the main group, so a number of riders getting back up to the leaders again, and there's another group chasing which are not too far off, so and we see them riding very, very strong there. We see Menyan from FDJ Française, he was riding very strong on the front, trying to make it into the first group, so I think we will see this front group getting bigger over the next number of kilometres. And this section, of course, the long section, it's 3.7 kilometres long, so it's quite a long section. Autodermo or putting a lot of work on now, aren't they? Yes, we see Van Petegemmans looks like I'm in third position there, and they're seem to be pulling this group along. This group's after growing quite a bit. There's about 25 riders, I would reckon. So as I said, there's a number of riders that got back in, and we see the team cars. They're following them, so that means that the group behind is a little bit further back, because if the group was getting very close, the team cars would be pulled over to allow them to make their way back into the leading group.
Looking at the time at the moment, 3:53, 15:40. They're actually travelling at averaging around about 40 kilometres an hour at this particular point since they started out this morning. That's 179 kilometres covered to date. They've got some 81 kilometres yet to go, about 80 k's roughly for the end of the race. About 50 miles of racing still ahead of them. So they should be able to do this in about a couple of hours if they go at the same rate that they've got here so far. They're averaging 40 kilometres an hour. Despite the conditions you see. Just imagine that, 25 miles an hour, and you'll see what the surface they're riding over at this particular time. Not only the cobbles, but when they get stuck into the edge of the ditch, into the flatter part, that they're still able to pedal their bikes and average 25 miles an hour. 40 kilometres an hour is what they've done so far. So they've got about 2 hours of racing still ahead of them. Does that put the lid on it, Sean? It's all come back together? Well, not all, but it seems that anybody's there.
Not necessarily. I think this group behind can be still quite active, and if they really get together up front and keep pushing along, well then it's possible they will stay out there. But I think there's groups behind who will be working quite hard, and I'd not be surprised if we see one or two other groups coming back up to this leading group.
T-Mobile. Interesting article I read in one of the cycling magazines that when they launched the team, because it's now called T-Mobile, it's been called Telecom for so many years. A very similar colour scheme was the Telecom team, and they had what they call a swear box, and evidently every time that they used the word Telecom rather than T-Mobile, then you had to put a euro in the tin. So one way of making sure everybody connected with the organisation, call it T-Mobile, not Telecom, was to have this little box in which you put your euro. And one particular gentleman, I think, was prone to do it all the time. And yeah, but there's something else pulled over on the side, didn't they?
On this, we could see a slow in the main group. If the Lotto starts riding here, for Veerhout to allow him get back in again, we could see a number of riders getting back in with him.
Here they are. These are the chasers, but the problem is they've got all the cars coming through now, haven't they, Sean? Trying to get up that lead group. They don't only allow the cars to come through when there's a half-minute gap, and it's been hovering. Not quite half-minute, has it?
Yes. It was coming over race radio that the lead group was being looked after by the Mavic service car and a motorbike, and they were saying to the team managers not to be worried, that they were well looked after and they were well covered for service up front. But there seemed to be a number of team cars allowed through at this moment. So the gap must be substantial, because if they were very close, they'd not be allowed them to come through.
Yeah, normally any car, a minute or less, and out they come. But one or two we saw trying to force their way through. CSC rather having a bit of a chat here too. Mechanical problem again. Well, I'm not an experienced guy, but it looks to me as if that lead group there is beginning to ease back a bit. Whoops, has he got it? So So Psycho, they launched 2 riders out with the breakaway group earlier on this morning. They've been pretty active all the way through. Just settling down. Of course, their big man is Dario Pieri. And Dario Pieri finished in 2nd spot last year behind Van Petegem. Ekimov was 3rd. Ekimov not riding this year. He's had a little problem. I forget what he is now, but he's not riding this year. So Pieri for the Psycho team has the help of all those guys in red. They fired Comiso and Bonomi off down the road early on in the race.
Morning from Quick Step.
Yes. Will they play the old 1-2, Sean? Bonan, then Museo, and then come back and fire another rider off? I think they're just going to...
Well, I think they've got to, be careful and not allow riders to get out of this group and to go on ahead, because they're the team who is going to be looked at later on to do the chasing. So as they have a number of riders here, it's better that they send riders away in the groups that are going up the road, and they don't have the problem later on of having to chase it down.
Just him calling about this.
And Vierhouten is coming back into this leading group. And over Race Radio we're hearing in the next one section number 12, Warleng, which is 2,400 metres long. They're saying there's oil on the cobblestones. So they're warning the director of sports to pass on that message to their riders, but to make it more difficult, they have a bit of oil on them.
Now, I don't know who's dropped that, but I suspect, as I mentioned earlier on in the programme, that it's not unknown for the cars. If they're driven too fast, it's like when you go over a sleeping policeman on the roads now, the back doubles, the rat run to stop the cars hammering through the back streets of towns now. They're putting a sleeping policeman in there. And the same thing is with these cobbles, because they're so... I mean, some have been here for hundreds of years, and therefore there are depressions in there, and you get the humps and humps, and if you go too fast at them in the car goes up in the air and bang, down it comes. And because of the centre of the road, with the pave is lifted in the centre, and where the wheels are on either side, they're at a much lower level, then if you come down with a bang, and you can crowd it with your with the sump, and these are not, they don't have sump cars like rally cars, they go bang, and next thing you know, it takes the sump plug out and all the oil comes spewing out. So that's probably what's happened. I'm only guessing upon that's what's happened down the road. Or conversely, maybe a tractor was spilling diesel when it was trundling along, having been filled up by the local farmer. But this is the whole sport about cycle racing. It's not like going to a Formula 1 race circuit where everything is going to be there, well organised, well sorted out. This is bike racing on the roads that are used by everybody under normal work, or abnormal work if you're going, I suppose, as a farmer, getting up the crack of dawn and going out with your tractor and working on the fields and ploughing and getting out there at the crack of dawn, coming back late at night and working as I have to do. Very hard life it is for people with farms, and the roads, the terrain, the countryside, the unremitting flatness of this, and the winds coming off the North Sea, whistling across out into this part of the world. We got the northerly wind blowing, very chilly conditions it is too, but let's hope that the riders manage to escape and do not manage to be brought down by the oil on the road. Well, some of the sections of pave, but I mentioned that the cars can bounce around and cause trouble. What they do also is they have a detour. Not all of the vehicles can go over all the sections of cobbles. There are a number of them when the motorcyclists and the photographers, the press people are not allowed to go. The motorcycle is not too bad, but the press cars and ancillary vehicles are not allowed to go along the pave. Ahead of the race as well, on certain sections of it have the big publicity cavalcade. It went out this morning promoting the main sponsors, the Credit Lyonnais, the Champion supermarket group and so on. They've gone down ahead of the race, but again they route the publicity cavalcade and certain vehicles away from certain sections of the race. Is this the one, Sean, you said he's going to be on the Tour de France this year, this particular section here, or was it one before?
The one before.
That's going to be exciting.
And we see Bonan, he's doing a lot of work here, putting this group along.
Too much work?
Well, I think you know, it's surprising to see him doing it, because there's other riders who you know, are maybe better for that job in the Quick Step team. So it's surprising to see him doing it on the front, and doing it for quite a long time. We've seen him there.
So I think that might have been Horio from Quickstep just punctured. We heard a 75. Is that 75?
Yes, 75.
75.
Yes.
So that's Horio, who got that stage victory in the Pyrenees earlier on. The Spanish rider, we're saying the Spanish riders don't like riding us, but Julio's quite a big guy, and certainly I think it's him that's just punctured. We certainly heard that Quickstep rider, Quickstep Daviton, had punctured, so that's thinned the numbers down. Whilst Boonen is hammering off down the front, the penny numbers are coming, so the little bit of a breather they had just down on the smoother part of the race seems to, at the moment, they've decided the armistice is over, we're going back to war.
And surprising,
fine, isn't he, eh?
Yes, and surprising to see Bonan continue on riding, because Horillo, you know, from the Quickstep team, you would be expecting him to just take it easy for a moment, to allow him to come back into this leading group again.
Is that Backstead from Alesio?
Yes.
The big guy there? I thought it is.
Backstead is up there very close to the front. We see Van Bon from Lotto, who was there, you know, right in the front in the second position, actually.
So through Briand, 71.7 kilometres left to go towards the finish of the race. The next sector of Pavé will be at 70.6, so they haven't got much of a breathing space before they get involved in that one. And then into the Bouvay-la-Forêt, which is where they will have a feed zone going through there, and then on to the next sector, Pavé at Prairie. So you're getting the full bore view of the Paris-Roubaix here, and we're having our ears deafened by somebody coming around cleaning something. Goodness knows what it is. I'm David Duffield, sat in the commentary point at Roubaix. Pierre is just punctured, which is a great shame. The man who finished in second spot last year behind Van Petegem, with Ekimov into third. In fact, yes, the noise you may hear in the background, the man is blowing away all the bits and pieces in the finishing area. There, the yellow jerseys of the spectators on the side of the road, coming out en masse to watch this race go through, and all strung out with, say, about 70 kilometres to go to the finish. When the noise in the background subsides, we'll update you what's going on here. Sorry if that was interfering with your sound wherever you are. And I'm looking at my watch. I suspect that probably British Eurosport have rejoined us. Excuse me if we've been talking ahead. You've been coming on after the football because it has been recorded, and therefore you're listening to the recorded version. We're doing the live commentary, so it may sound complicated to you, but I'll try to come in and update you on what is happening, because what they do, they're going to back time the program when we finish. My colleagues back in London will back time it, so you'll get the last couple of hours of the race, and we're well inside those last 2 hours. So I think what the time to do now is for Sean Kelly, twice winner of this race, sitting alongside him. For those of you who've been with us all the way since we started our broadcast 2.5 hours ago, to bear with us if we repeat some of the things you've heard already. But as the group here, the main protagonists are here on this section of the race with about 70 kilometres to go. If we can look back, Sean, at the start of the race today, actually he's still writing down some numbers here, so I'll let him get his breath back. Are you okay, Sean? Yes. What happened in the day since we started for our viewers who are joining us now?
We had a number of attacks earlier on, but nothing major until the 70 kilometre mark, and at that point we had 5 riders who broke away, and those were Bonomi from Seiko, Comesso from Seiko, Albassini from Phonak, Cross from Gerolstein, and Ogier from Rag, and at 75 kilometres they had around 25 seconds, and at around the 77-78 kilometres is up to 1.5 minutes, and it grew all the time then until we came to the 100 kilometre mark at Troisville, the first section of cobbles. It was 5.5 minutes, and it just came down from there on because the bunch was very active getting onto the first section of cobbles, and we see that it just dropped all the time, and we had 2 riders who stayed out in front, Comesso and Van Boon, who came across from the bunch, and we see of course Aldag, who was going into the further arm bag. He got away, but never any advantage, and now we have about 35 riders here with most of the main favourites, and they have a gap of 2:37 to the chasing group, which is quite a big gap, and it's going to be difficult for them to come back and close this one down because they're quite active up front at the moment.
And unfortunate, as Sean was reading out that information, we saw one rider pull over to the side of the road. That was Robert Hunter, the rider from the Republic of South Africa. He has punctured, riding for the Rabobank team. He's now getting a wheel change, but at the speed at which they're going, if you puncture this particular point in the race and the other guys are coming at you, you're in no man's land. So bad luck then for Robert Hunter to puncture at this particular part of the course. Back up with the head of the race, and the Paris-Roubaix. It's the 102nd Paris-Roubaix, coming 261 kilometres, that's 163 miles. It's one of the rounds of the World Cup. Going into the race today, Oscar Freire of the Rabobank team had 103 points in the World Cup. He had 100 from winning the Milan-San Remo about 4 weeks ago, and then he collected 3 points in the Tour of Flanders last Sunday, which gave 103 points. Weseman, riding for the T-Mobile team, has 100 points, having won last week. Freire from Rabobank is not riding today, and so providing that Weseman can finish up there in the before 25th, let's see, 22nd or more, better than 22nd, then Weseman should be having a chance to get that leader's jersey in the World Cup. Other riders then riding today, Hoster has 70 points. He's a useful character, might do well today. Zabel, who was 4th in the classification, is not riding today. So generally speaking, it could be between Weseman and Hoster to see who can go and get that jersey off Oscar Freire, who's not riding today. After Paris-Roubaix, we'll be bringing you next week the Amstel Gold. That's another round in the World Cup. Then the Liège-Bastogne-Liège. That will break after that, after the 25th of April, for the Tour of Italy, the Tour of France, and other great races on your screen. Before we come back, the next round of the World Cup, which will be in August, we're going to go to the Hughes Classic in Germany, the Classic San Sebastian, and the Championship of Zurich, all in August, and finish the season off with the Paris Tour in October and the Tour of Lombardy on the 16th of October. That's the World Cup, which you're watching live on Eurosport. Those you on international this afternoon, those you in Great Britain on British Eurosport. It's being recorded, and it won't run that much late after the actual race has taken place. So say, put your fingers in your ears if you're listening to your radio. Just turn it down in case they give the result. We don't get much of that in the way back in Great Britain, but if you want to wait and watch the thing come through, then I say don't listen to the radio. I'm not sure they'll put the result out back in Great Britain, but certainly we're going to wait with bated breath for the finish today. We had before we went off air this morning, British Eurosport, a bit of a chat about who's going to win today. You might not have heard the forecasts or the hopeful forecasts, and so as it's settling down here, and most of the favourites are in this group at the moment, I think there's not anybody who's not actually got across there at the moment, Sean. So is this now the time to put your head and my head on the block and to say out of this little short list of, or long list of riders, who we might see lasting the course, bearing in mind we're getting towards the very much the back end now?
Well, yes, it looks like the winner should come out of this group, because 37 riders, and the last time check was around 2 minutes 35, so it's going to be difficult for that chasing group to come back, and we see they are quite active up front. Kirsty Pugh at the moment, who is just out here in front, but I don't know where he's going to go, because on his own here, with the T-Mobile having a number of riders, Quick Step, a number of riders in this group, Lotto, a number of riders, it's not the tactic to work, I think, to try and go away on their own, but maybe he's hoping to get a gap of 15 or 20 seconds and then somebody come across to him. Maybe that's his tactic, but we have most of the favourites, if not all the favourites here, so who is going to be the winner? But the difficult one here, there's a lot of cobble sections to go over yet, and mechanical problems is going to definitely have a bearing, and is going to knock the chances of a lot of the favourites, it's going to knock them out of having a winning chance in this race before we get to the finish here on the track in Roubaix.
This is the bit, you see, Sean, where they're going up towards a feed station, and then the 11th thing at Orkies, and this very fast bit, they'll go through the feed shortly, so I presume that might also break the rhythm. So Kosovo going down here, he's going to get through that feed without all the congestion.
Well, I don't think there's going to be major congestion with 37 riders. There's a bit more space now compared to the first one. A very big bunch of riders, and everybody very nervous in the early part of the race after, just over 100 kilometres. This one, the thing is going to be settled down much more. Riders are starting to get tired, so it won't be as difficult. And, to go out here on your own, we still have, the 70 kilometres to go. For me, it's too far to go out on your own. The only chance if he's joined by a number of riders, and definitely going to be some from Lotto and some from Quick Step, some from T-Mobile. Those are the teams who are definitely not going to leave a group of 5 or 6 riders up the road, because they are going to have to chase it down later if they get into that position.
And the wind is blowing from right to left here. They're over that side of the road. He's gone down the road, because we're on this nice little straight stretch here, very close to the motorway. The wind's coming a bit, not so much headwinds we had in the past, and he's still got to turn at Orkey, and it's going to be really, for the first time, we like to find, Sean, that we're having a bit of, I won't say wind assisted, but it's going to change. That long stretch of 11 and 10, they're so much back to back. We're going to hit a very difficult section of 11 and 10 of the cobbles, that one man on his own, I don't, you and I were talking about this guy, weren't we? We always thought that he has a chance. There's a load of riders on the list, by the way, that has been published in the in Lake Keep this morning, which is the national sporting newspaper, of riders who are out there which they thought might do something. It's an amazing little list, and going through this particular one, that I'm looking to see where they put Kirsty-Pugh, because I marked it off. Yeah, they got him down with only 2 stars, which, in fact, they didn't put anybody down with 5 stars. They felt that they hadn't got that confidence. But with 4 stars, there's Van Petegem, Weseman and Boonen. We've seen Boonen have a bit of a go down the road. And Van Petegem, Weseman and Boonen are all in this little group here in front of you. Pierre, who's punctured, I don't see he's got back, was there with 3 stars. With Oldag, who's been jumping around just down the road, looking very active indeed. Vandenbroek, who's been yo-yoing off the back with punctures, and poor chap, I think, has missed the cut at the moment, unless Sean corrects me to it. Hincapie, who's also been in there but has had a little problem, but I think he's okay. And Museau, Knaven and Dirksen. Dirksen, I think, has missed it here, but if you look down here, there's so many people. And one thing, they only gave 1 star to Magnus Backstedt in Lake Keep, but I think you were all ready this morning saying that Magnus could be a contender.
Yes, I was saying he would be a contender, because his past results, looks very good. He's the style of rider who can do this sort of race very well, very powerful. And I think if there's between the top favourites, if there's rivalry between them and they start to look at each other, Backstedt could get himself into a good break. And if he does that, well then in the sprint, he will be definitely a candidate.
We're going to take a short break. The riders are taking, well, not a short break, they're going to help themselves to the musette with some food for the next 60 or so kilometres. Do stay with us. Whoa. Whoa.
Nikon Coolpix.
This is Roy Orbison, The Complete Collection.
The way I feel tonight. Pretty woman walking down the street. Pretty woman just run.
40 classic hits, plus Black and White Night, an all-star video concert, together for the first time ever in one special box set.
I'm going back someday, come what may, to Blue Bayou. In dreams, I walk with you. Dream, baby, got me dream a sweet dream the whole day through.
Home the ultimate tribute to one of rock and roll's all-time greats, with Roy Orbison, The Complete Collection. This collection is not available in the shops. To get your copy, call the number on screen now. It's Roy Orbison, The Complete Collection. Call now.
There you are. Spot on cue. Orchis comes up on your screen to let you know where you are. Where are we, you say? Well, we're on the Roubaix, and we're getting towards the back end of the race right now, and going through Orchi, they have covered 198 kilometres, and they have 62 kilometres to go, and Cursipew here on his own has launched his attack between the two sectors of pavé, and it's a nice long flattish sector, as you can see here, of about 10 kilometres. That's about 6 miles before he picks up the next one at Orchi. He'll be on that shortly. It's a fairly short one, but they're back to back, these two sectors of pavé is coming into now, and so you can really, I suppose, add them together and just see how hard it's going to be, and we'll just see if he can survive and come out the other side, because from Orchi then it's 170 metres, so 1,700 metres, and then the next one, section 10, is 2,600, so we're virtually looking back to back about 4,300 or 4,400 metres back to back, and this is a decisive point of the race thing. They've gone through the feed station, they've helped themselves to their food, and the group behind are now settling in, and a very determined move by a man who, well, this is the critical point, the last 60 kilometres. I think the longest break I can remember in the Roubaix, Sean, must have been Andre Chamil, and didn't he go with about 60 k's to go? I know it was a long way out, wasn't it, Chamil? But the conditions were worse then. It was raining and mucky and horrible, typical Paris-Roubaix. But I think Chamil went an awful long way out, didn't he?
Yes, he certainly did. It was a long, long ways out, and I reckon it would have been about the 65 kilometres. But the weather was, very bad that year. The cobblestones were in a very bad state, very mucky, very wet. So the bunch behind was broken up much more. Where here we have, 37 riders in this group, and a lot of teams represented, and that's going to be a difficult one for Cursipew, because a lot of riders will be prepared to chase with a number of riders in this chasing group. The possibility he has that there will be a number of riders maybe come across to him, but at the moment he's not attacking in this group, and that's not a good thing for him. If there was a lot of attacks, well, then a number of riders join him, and that would be the perfect situation for him.
Well, it was 10 years ago in 1994 that Andre Chamil launched a lone attack, and I'll just check it in the facts at the moment exactly how long he went away from the feed. Certainly around about 60 kilometres. And looking back then, another 10 years before that, in 1984, so that's 20 years back now, Sean Kelly Kelly won that race over 265 kilometres, and then in 1986 Sean again was the victor. So if you're watching Eurosport's coverage of this great classic race, welcome to our coverage, and you're getting the input of a man who knows what it's like to race this one. If you're just switching on your telly, it looks nice and out there, sunshine, nice smooth roads, but with 60 kilometres to go, we've been over some pretty horrendous stuff. There are about 51 kilometres of pave, 26 sectors in all in this, the round of the World Cup. So we're going to have to wait and see as to what happens in this next critical pit coming up here. And Sean, with these two back-to-back sections, it's going to be very much hard. But one guy on his own I just think this is a good move, but you might think it's a bit heroic.
Well, if he's not joined by a number of riders, it's going to be, a long lone road for him, and I think it's a bit too long. When you weigh up the situation, what's happening behind a good strong group of 36 or 37 riders behind, and a number of riders with 3, maybe even 4 from the team. So for Kirsipu, it's going to be a difficult one, unless, as I said, he's joined by 2 or 3 other riders, and that's his only chance. As we see him, he goes on to the section here, or she's section number 11, which is 1.7 kilometres long, and they're becoming quick and fast now. So I think we will see a lot of action in this chasing group, and I think it will start to break apart at the seams, because riders in this group, I think they're starting to get tired and suffer at this moment.
Yes, I've got it here. In fact, Cycling Weekly, dated April the 16th, 1994. I have the copy in front of me. And the article then by William Fotheringham said that it was over 30 miles from the finish that Chimil went away to win the stage. He was then 31 years of age, living in Roubaix. I think he may still live in Roubaix, but of course now he's a Belgian citizen, or nationalised Belgian, over 30 miles to the finish. So it's round about here that he took after Anjouman. I was quickly looking through here too. I discovered that it says here that along Stradicover just south of Valencia, both Kelly and teammate Marc Madio crashed during the 3.9 kilometres to Fameuses. Double William Malligot with a broken thigh, Madio, that time. Ballerini was in trouble again. So you had a fall on that particular occasion. You must have sad memories and good memories of this race. And you can never know what's going to happen, do you? But there you were. And that was the day when off went Chimil to get the victory. And it certainly was round about here. Interesting too, he was riding on a bike with a suspension front fork, because a lot of riders were moving into using the RockShox type front fork that was being used for mountain biking. And looking at the bikes over these last few days, they seem to have gone straight back to what I will call standard bicycles. But there was a time when suspension forks on the front was the in thing. Duca LaSalle, when he won the Paris-Roubaix, he had suspension forks as well on his bicycle, but now they seem to have disappeared. We're back more to standard bicycles being ridden here by Kirsipu from the AG2R team. It's the same team that sponsors Mark Scanlon from Ireland, as Kirsipu then still on the way trying to keep away from this chase group. Sean's been listening on the on his headphones here. I think as we go through here, Sean, it's worthwhile updating, as far as we know, who's in this group chasing after Kirsipu.
Well, we have a lot of the favourites. We have, Hincapie, we have Museo, we have Van Petegem. The one that's missing is Van den Broek. We haven't heard anything from Van den Broek for quite a while now, so he doesn't seem to be in this leading group. He had a lot of problems earlier on. He had a number of punctures, and the last puncture, it was at a difficult moment. So I reckon that he was caught out with with a bit of bad luck and at the wrong time. But this one with Kirsipu out in front, we see Hincapie there. He went to the front there and he started up a bit, and he caused a lot of splits in the leading group, but he did not continue. So the group has pretty much got back together, and everybody is pretty much together in this 36-man group.
Kirsipu going on, comes from Estonia to try and win this great Paris-Roubaix. That'll be the first time that an Estonian has won the race. The man coming into the race on form from the Tour of Flanders last week. Stefan Westermann, can he win it for Germany? As we see big Magnus Backstedt there on our screen with the Bianchi blue coming down the stripes. The chat going on between the Lotto Domo riders. There's Roger Hammond in the white with the red, white and blue stripes. The British champion is in there too as well. And the mass of the Quick-Step riders round about. But Sean, obviously it's a Sunday afternoon ride, but what's going on?
Well, it's the calm before the storm, I think. You know, there's a lot of talk going on there. We see the riders, a number of them talking together, and we got a picture there. You know, a lot of teams with quite a number of riders. So at the moment, they're waiting to see what's going to happen. And of course, no team want to start riding on the front and start pulling the thing along, because it's, you know, it's quite a bit out yet. And if you start too early in Paris-Roubaix and you start to tire in the end, well then you pay in a big way. So there's a lot of tactic calculation, you know, going on at the moment.
But what do they think of Kersbu down the road? They just say, oh, we'll catch him.
Yes, well, they will definitely catch him, because you know, 20 seconds, 22 seconds of an advantage. You know, it's nothing when they start going in this group. And I think, you know, a lot of riders in this group now will start thinking, well, I can maybe win this one as well, because there are going to be a lot of attacks, and I think we will see a lot of attacks coming. If they do not start riding, you know, very hard over the section of cobblestones to come, I think we will see a lot of attacks in between the sections, and that's where a group of riders could get away and join up with Kersbu. So he's in a good position, because if a group of 4, 5, 6 riders get out of this group, well then he will be, you know, joined up at them, and he will find himself in the leading group maybe.
Interesting, they were looking at each other, weren't they? Who's here, who's there, who's there? The eyes were going round. There's an analysis going on, I suppose is the word, isn't it, where they were looking backwards and forwards, eh?
Yes, and we see here the Lotto team number 5, which is Stigmans, who is starting to set the pace on the front.
And coming up from the rear, we saw questions. His graphic came up there. He caught his way up there. He was in the original split in the second group, got up towards the front, is sitting now playing a shotgun at the back for his team, all the way here from the Quick-Step Davitamon squad.
And Aldag we've seen here, who you know, made a very good move before Arenberg, because he got out of that group and managed to get himself into Arenberg on his own in the front of the main bunch, which was a very good move tactically.
Kersbu, when you look at him on his bike, Sean, he's not one of what I call the greatest stylists. He all seems hunched up with his, you know, his knees are nearly banging on his elbows. He's right on the saddle. He's not the most stylish rider, but he's certainly making it go. He's travelling about well over 25 miles an hour on his own. Looking at the route here, we're still getting a bit of a wind from the right-hand side, a bit behind him. He hasn't actually got to turn around yet. It's only when he comes round to about section 8 does he start to go into the wind, and then section 7 is straight into the wind, and 6 and 5. So he's got a bit of a lull with the wind, which isn't too strong, but it's rather chilly, and it's coming at him from just behind his right shoulder. And he's going to turn round towards. You can see how the flags are going here. It's a bit more across behind type wind. Whoops, you missed that one, mate. Go back and get it. No, you keep going. But he's going to be very nasty when he turns after section 9 and goes straight into the wind on his own. Aldag riding for the Telecom team, the German rider, looking after Wesermann's interest, driving it hard, as Sean said, went away on that lone break going to the forest of Arenberg. The Germans are riding on the giant bicycles, which are made in Taiwan, the Taiwanese manufacturer, who used to make bikes under other people's brand names, and they decided in the end they better start promoting their own brand rather than being own brand mainly for the American industry. And the giant brand has just gone on getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And looking back to the results, I couldn't remember. And I met one of the men from the giant operation on Saturday, and asked him the question. I can't remember anybody riding a giant bicycle to victory in a classic, because of course Giant had mainly supplied bikes in the pro ranks to the Onsei team, and I was scratching my head and thinking, well, had Jalabert won on a giant bike? And he said, no, that Wesermann's victory in the classics, but the big World Cup classic, that he said was the victory that they had been looking for. So the single-day classics up in the north, like that one there, that was the first time Giant It had that, and it's a version of the TCR frame, by the way, which weighs, the new TCR frame weighs less than 830 grams, but they do a heavier version for the Classics, so they just need a bit more weight in the frames when you're not going up the mountains. But they have got one coming out this year at 830 grams, the frame giant. Will be ridden by the riders in the Tour de France and the big big tours. And I asked him, said, well, what's going on? He said, when you wait for the Tour de France, we're going to have a new bicycle, something else out there, because you remember Giant were in opposition, as I was too, with them. We really said, hey, Mr. UCI, why are you going to have to stop the sloping top tube? Because maybe around the UCI, you experts on bicycles were trying to say everybody had to have a horizontal top tube on their bike, and it was fought quite successfully. They've now got a sloping top tube on their bicycles, as many other people do as well, and they're going to have something very special for the Tour de France. As I say, watch this space. But that's a long way to go. We're down into the hooks and really getting stuck in now, moving into those last 60 kilometres of the race. It's a nice long one, this one. This is one of the real long sections they're on. That's it. You see 2,600 meters, Oshi le Oshis. And if you've just been switching on to our program to watch the back end of the Paris-Roubaix, these are the conditions they've been bouncing over in 51 kilometres of all they will cover by the time they get into Roubaix. And even, in fact, at the end, just before we go into the finishing area where this man is heading right now, they relayed a section of cobbles. It's only about some 600 metres long, just going into the stadium where a crowd is gathering, watching what you're seeing on the screen. They've got a great big screen in the stadium. It's lovely, got a nice bank track around it, and the commentary point for all the commentators is up in the grandstands where it's been freezing all day. And alongside me and round about here we have the different nationalities from all across the world who are covering this epic race. And grovelling here in the gutter, having a few problems, Steedmans, who was doing a lot of work on the front. He seems to have blown a gasket now, Sean. Is that him out?
Yes, well, he's definitely suffering, and we see him, doing some of the work, and that would be the tactic of the team. The riders who do not feel so well, feel that they're not going to go into the final. Well, they're the ones who are sacrificed to do the work, and we see him doing some work earlier on, but now he seems to be suffering quite a bit. So I don't think he's going to hang into this group very long.
This is the epic race, and say if you've not watched cycle racing on television before and you're switched on because you've been watching the football or waiting for the next programme on British Eurosport, I think we're going back again to some live Italian football, motocross, value. And do also tonight we're going to have on Eurosport, I think it's on British, I'm not sure about international, but the World Cup track from Manchester, which is going full bore this afternoon. So that'll be also on our screens later on. But this is a race which so many people revere, and I say it's a love-hate relationship. But I had a very interesting letter sent to me all the way from Compiègne in France, and it was sent to Drury Lane, 55 Drury Lane, London, WC2, etc., because that's where our headquarters are now, as Tor Hushford comes through here to the front. He was writing me a letter when I had previously said, I think last year, that we couldn't get a hotel near the start of the race in Compiègne, and he was recommending some other hotels we could stay in. Well, we're okay, we did get one this time. We booked our hotels a lot quicker this time round, and he was saying that where he lives at Compiègne-les-Ribecourt is where the biannual amateur Paris-Roubaix starts, and so that's one where they have lots of riders taking part in it. But this Paris-Roubaix, the amateur Paris-Roubaix, David Miall-Smith, is it Miall or Miall? M-I-A-L-L Smith. Anyway, David, thanks for the letter coming through to Eurosport. They passed it on to me, and he said, there's a nice little story about the amateur Paris-Roubaix. An old friend of mine, brackets a roast beef, as the cheers are going up now, I'll come back to a roast beef, did it a few years ago being quite well off and well connected, but he never cleaned or rode the machine again for fear of having to wash the mud off it. He ordered an identical machine, same colour, on which he could ride. The first one has pride of place in his garage next to his exotic cars. You imagine that, riding the amateur Paris-Roubaix, taking the bike, hanging up the garage, because this is one of those epic events. You say, yes, I rode it, even an amateur, I took part on these cobbles, I was out there, and here we are, the attacks are coming. It's got to happen now. I mean, the stadium's going mad, or just a gesture of defiance.
Well, no, he's definitely, you know, he's going to try and have a go here, and he's giving it everything. We see Hushoft, who was really going, you know, hard on the front. He was giving it everything, but Museo, he came by him so fast, and you know, he just went by him and just going away from, and you know, he's really riding strong here, and he's giving it, you know, a real effort here, and this is a moment where we will see this group blowing apart, because you know, the speed is on over these cobblestones, and the gaps will start appearing, as we can see now.
And will Kossipu get company, or will Museo scream past him? You'll see it live on Eurosport, those you're watching our live output, those you're watching it slightly recording Great Britain. Hang on to your hats, because this one could be an epic performance. If these two guys get together, exactly what you said, Sean, a few guys come up to him, he could survive.
Well, yes, definitely. If Museo comes up to him and he can get on the wheel, and it depends on what moment Museo come up, but he's, you know, coming up really fast, and this is on the normal road is the time, a good time for Kossipu to be caught, because then he can, you know, get onto the wheel of Museo and hopefully catch on. But there's a big reaction behind, as we can see here. You know, Museo's not going to be left away very easy, and there's going to be no presents handed to Museo, because it's his final classic today. You know, everybody wants to win a Paris-Roubaix, and definitely he'll get no soft race or an easy race, or he won't be handed to on a plate, certainly not.
Look. Oh dear. Yes, the hard men are coming to the fore, and this is where it's all happening, coming in towards the back end of this race. And the worst part is, of course, we're beginning to move in towards the wind will be coming at the riders. So with 49 kilometres to go, and a couple of the riders from the Quick-Step Daviton team seems to be having trouble staying with it.
Yes, we see Zanini there, who was you know, in trouble, and he was actually he was the one who was setting the pace before Museo attacked on that section of cobbles, but he's in big trouble there. We see him, he's losing ground very, very quickly, and here we see it's Van Bon.
Yep, again it's Van Bon. He's in good form, isn't he, after the Tour of Flanders last Sunday?
Yes, he's in very good shape, and you know, last Sunday we see him there in the final. He looked very impressive, and he's a rider. If he can get into this, if he can get into a group and, you know, comes to finish, he's very fast in the sprint, so he has a very good chance of taking it on this one.
And Backstead, he's not happy with the cameraman. Perhaps he thinks he's been towing him up.
Yes. Well, that's, you know, depending on when the riders attack. If you attack on the cobble sections, and the camera motorbike is in front of you, they don't accelerate that fast, and you can get a bit of help from them. And if you're on the slipstream, it helps a lot, as bike riders know when you're going at this pace. And he wasn't happy with it there, Backstead.
He can say because Swedish, married to Megan, a Welsh girl, speaks very good English. I've no doubt, having ridden for a French team, I know that he could probably tell the motorcyclists in many languages what he thinks about him. I remember it was Robert Miller who wrote an article in a cycling magazine some years ago. He said, when oops, something else going down here, CSC about to go up the front.
Lars Mikkelsen.
Robert said the first thing you must learn to do, he said, is learn to swear in several different languages. He said that way you learn respect.
Yes, it certainly is. But this is the moment in the race now where we could see some attacks, and it's a dangerous time, because we could see a number of riders who could just get out of this group, and that could be you know, the break of the race, which would go on to the final.
There seems to be, I don't know, correct if I got it wrong, Sean, but the way the Lotto Domo team are riding this, they seem to be more together than the Quick-Step team. I don't know. you're the expert, but they seem. But I see the red and the black white jerseys doing this, doing that. Enough of them in there. It seems to be much more controlled. The quick-step guys have been doing a lot of driving, but it seemed to be uncontrolled. I don't know.
Well, possibly the Lotto Domo team are, happy to try and control this thing. And if it comes down to a group sprint, well, Del Pettigem, he's probably one of the better sprinters here. So they're maybe, reckoning on that. They have a good chance of winning it that way. But for me, it would be a dangerous way to take a group like this to the finish and hopefully to win on the sprint. It will be a high-risk one.
Well, here we are, zone 9, and they've got another little short stretch. They're going to, as they come towards the end, is one that calls Mons en Pavelle. They're going to turn right, sharp right, almost like a hairpin, and head straight in towards the wind. Not completely, it'll be a bit slight cross, but towards them. And then we're going to, after 7, we start to go out on 7, heading into the wind coming at them. So the tired legs, the wind's getting at them, and it's now beginning to end there. There's Fleischer at the back. We were, all my friends in Spain are probably saying, don't be critical of Spanish riders, because this guy Fletcher, who won a stage in the Tour de France last year and did that famous arrow shot when he came across the line, he loves the cobbles. He's now on the wheel of Coursipieux, who launched an amazing tack 60 kilometres from the finish, and they're all at the front having a go and sorting it out. But Fleischer is looking very intelligent. It's one thing he likes is the cobbles, and he's now sitting in there waiting for this thing. But you can't stay too far at the back, though, can you, Sean? Because if it splits again, you're in trouble. By God, they eat lots of Fritz around here, don't they?
Yes, it's not a good place to be on the end of the group, because if you have weaker riders in front of you and they start to lose contact, the gap's open, and if coming around those riders, it takes that bit of an extra effort, and you pay for those efforts later on. As we see Van Bon here with the CSC rider, it looked like Mikkelsen or Frank Hoy. And of course, Mikkelsen and Hoy, they look very the same style. They look, very much the same. And of course, two very good riders in this sort of event. Specialists, they would be, calling themselves specialists, so the cobblestones, and they are very good riders on this sort of terrain. Actually, it is Frank Hoy, 127.
He actually, when he was writing his article in the magazine, I'm not sure it's Cycle Sport or Pro Cycle, whichever one he writes in, was saying how much he looked forward to going back to ride, or to ride with Rees and the team of the CSC. And a lot of riders who've gone into the CSC team, the way in which Rees can regenerate riders and bring them on. Bobby Julich was saying the same thing, and whoa, gosh! Oof, and a motorcyclist missed him too.
Zanini.
Wow. We'll see that again, I'm sure, but suddenly he was gone. And that's a newish stretch of cobbles. Well, it's not one with the big lumps in it. What on earth happened then? I've no doubt they'll action replay that for us. But that's bad luck then for the quick-step Davidson team, because he's a strong man.
Yes, well, this is the moment when we will see riders falling, because as Zanini, we see him, he was in trouble there earlier on, and riders start getting tired, and that's the moment, the reactions are not great, and that's when they crash and go down very easily.
Absolutely amazing. And Roger Hammond driving at the front, the British national champion. Just a moment ago, talking about, we've got information coming out of headphones, man. I'll just quieten down my sure mic. But going back to the time when Chamil went away with some 60 kilometres to go towards the finish. That was the year also when Sean Yates did a great ride. I'm just flicking back through the bits of paper here, whether he was 5th or 7th or something, but Sean was a big driving man. And now we've got Roger Hammond, the British national champion. Great to see it out there. Roger, he first came to notice of many of the sport followers when he became the junior world cyclo-cross champion in Leeds, and that's got to be about 12, 15 years ago. And just hear some more punctures coming up on our headphones. I think that was Verhoeven who punctured. Roger, a great cyclo-cross rider, moved over to race in Belgium, mixing both cyclo-cross and road racing. He's a much respected man with his ways progressed. He lives in Belgium, he's got a house in Belgium, and there are special events that he just can take to him like a duck to water, and he's showing all the experience, Roger, over the years, the way he's been coming on and getting to learn the craft of riding his bike against these riders. And he's also, he said, he's been a marked man now. When he goes out to races, people look out for him, watch out for him. Of course, in that British National Championship jersey, he's even more marked. And what a great ride he did in the British National Championship in Wales, and at the Celtic Manor Hotel, where we had the start-finish line, we watched him come through. There was about 6 laps of a very nasty little circuit with some awful hills on it. He came through on his own, and he did the whole back end, maybe must have been the best part of 30 miles, 25, 30 miles, out on the front, off on his own, and came through and was a very worthy winner on that particular occasion. Sitting alongside me just down here is Phil Liggett's, working for the Outdoor Life in America with Paul Show, and I'm thankful to Phil. We certainly, like myself here, encouraging Roger all the way, because Phil and myself were at the National Championship, ably promoted by all those people down there in Newport, with the Newport Council, as you know now, getting involved with the developing agencies, everybody else, to get involved in that big cycle track as well. And Magnus Baxter, we see ploughing around here, another interest in Wales, because he's married to Welsh girl, and he lives down there in Wales as well. So Roger Hammond out there in that red, white and blue jersey for Great Britain, having won that championship, a worthy winner on that occasion. I'm not saying that anybody else was not a worthy winner, but he just showed the skill and experience that he's built up over the years, and he's still in there at the front, and we haven't seen anything like this since the days when we had Sean Yates in the race too. Interesting now, look at the bike here, Hoy. That's his black stealth bike. That's the one which, if the cameras go down, you'll hardly see any graphics on it at all. It's not the normal Civello bicycle, which has a big ovalized down tube. It's a round machine, and when I asked Bjorn Rees about it, he said, I'm not going to tell you anything about it. He said, it's secret. Now, whether he was just spoofing with me or what, I don't know, but they made 2 of them, one for Mickelson and one for Hoy, and they've been made especially. They've used them, first of all, in the Tour of Flanders, testing them out for this particular race. And so that we had a little look at a very special bike, a little black stealth bike being ridden out there at the front by Hoy, and they're still holding the gap, but it's not grown that much. It's just been contained by the chasers, and still a lot of riders here. Come on, Sean, before we hit the next bit of cobbles and they all start falling off. Well, they won't all fall off, but the problem we had, like we've seen here down there. How do you rate it now? We ain't going to have a bunch sprint finish with 10 riders, are we? Or 15?
Well, I think 2 riders up front, Hoy and Van Bon, they're working quite well together, and the gap is about 28 seconds. We see Cancellara there from Fassa Bortola. He tried to get out of this group, but he was closed down by the quick-step riders, and they are taking up the chase now. And surprising that the quick-step are allowing riders to get out of this group, and also the Lotto team. But of course, you know, Van Bon, he's up the road, so it's the time. It's a good moment for Lotto, because with Van Bon, of course, he's very good in the sprint. So it's probably, you know, one of their best cars to play for Lotto.
There we are, on 8. They're beginning to move in towards the wind. This section here has got the wind coming now from the top right-hand corner of your screen. It's coming that way at them, and the next section, 7, they'll be going virtually straight headwind into that particular part of the course. And just a little bit of chat about the bicycle that is being ridden by Hoy. He also uses, the CSC team use these speed play pedals. They're most unusual sort of pedal with a it's like, you know that you go into a supermarket and you buy a little cheese, that little red cheese in those packages, a flattened one. It's a little small one, little red cheese. Well, this is about like that, just a bit bigger than that. It's a round, but it's flattened, and then it has the spindle going through in the centre. Most unusually, you clamp your foot down onto it, and because of the way it's designed, you could actually put your foot on it either way. It's a bit like, if you've seen curling, when they shove the bit of rock down the rink. That's a very similar thing to that. If you took the handle off the top, it's very small little pedal on which your feet go. And it's much unusual. And I didn't have a chance to check everybody this morning, but what has happened in the past very often also, they take out the little bit of plastic in there to get some room for the mud which flies up to disappear out of the cleat. But they are quite unique in that respect, CSC, to use the speed play, which is an American pedal with this way in which you clamp it on, and it can be either one side or the other. All modern technology going on. Also had a chance yesterday to speak to the man from Mavic about the new rims, because we're having tubeless tyres. They are what I call the clincher ones, without an inner tube inside them. They are still experimenting with it, and by September this year you might be finding that in the open market. It's been used on a lot of it. He wasn't quite sure today how many teams will be using it, but it does seem to probably in the end might help when it comes to punctures, because without an inner tube in there, the pinching of the sidewalls could disappear. And they do it with mountain bike tyres. It's like a motor car now. You don't have an inner tube in a motor car tyre. They're working towards that too with slim bicycle tyres, but it won't be generally available probably until maybe this time next year.
With City cycling shoes.
Tag Heuer, what are you made of?
Will the circle be unbroken? By and by, Lord, by and by. But will the circle be unbroken?
A strong unibody construction means there's no weak link in our chain. Hyundai, always there for you.
Bridgestone.
Back here with Hoy from the CSC on this, the Zone 7 counting down of the 26 pavé sections totaling 51 kilometres of pavé. That's over 30 miles in the 163 miles they're going to cover today. So you might say, well, that's not a lot, but in fact the damage it does to the body is enormous, and the maybe only 51 kilometres, but you imagine bouncing over this little lot as they come all towards the back end of the race. We didn't pick it up until we got to over the, well, near the halfway point. We started to hit all the big cobbles and running in now towards the finish with those 7 sections left. They're going straight into the headwind here, and they'll continue in that headwind through 6 and 5 and 4, begin to turn back in with the wind behind them after 4 and 3, and then a little run in towards the finish. So the real worst part is here. Further on down, the cobbles are not quite so bad, but we've had some horrendous long stretches, over 3.5 kilometres in certain parts as well, and there's still a big pack of riders here. Sean Kelly is writing down over our headphones. We've had the numbers coming over from Radio Tour, so we can pick out for you all the riders in this breakaway group. Just about anybody who's in the group chasing after our 2 breakaway riders, Hoy and Van Bon, down the road. The bouncing, the bumping, the bashing across the cobbles, it's taken its toll. Riders have punctured, they've fallen off, but with it being reasonably dry, we haven't had quite so many crashes that we had in the past. We've had more than our fair share, I think, of punctures. The crowd on either side, they keep zigzagging backwards and forwards. We had something to cheer about all the way through. Just down the road we saw Museo, 3 times winner of this race, charging off to catch up with Cursipieu. It came to nothing. His team here, these are the colours on the front of the team, the Quick-Step Davison team. They've got still Tom Boonen in there, who won the there the foot came out. He went too far around, that rider did, on the front, but they're beginning to put the pressure on the front of the Quick-Step Davison team. Tom Boonen, who won the game Vevelgem on Wednesday, it looks in good form. When the attack came from Museo here in the finishing area, we're sat in what I call the concrete fridge up in the grandstand of the grandstand, which is over the centre of the cycle race track in Roubaix. It erupted when the spectators, many of them come over from Belgium, we're right alongside the Belgian border, when they saw Museo go away on his last Paris-Roubaix. This is his last big classic ride. He's won 11 World Cups in his time. Can he win this one today, and can he go up there and win it for the 4th time to equal the great De Vlaeminck? That we'll have to wait and see as we're wending our way in towards the finish. But the big crowd watching it in the finishing area. There's Jean-Marie Leblanc looking back to see what is happening behind in the race director's car. Jean-Marie Leblanc, the big driving force behind the Tour de France, a great rider and journalist himself now, moving forward with that vehicle because the gap is coming down and they've got 36 kilometres to go. Sean, I think, has finished writing down all the numbers on a bit of paper. In fact, but happy Easter to all you people back at home, by the way. I've got a little chicken here sitting on my commentary point. It's supposed to go cheap, but it hasn't gone cheap. We squeezed it and what have you. It's not doing that at all. I hope you're enjoying. Hope you're having a nice Easter too, and that whatever you've been up to today, you've been out on your bike, maybe enjoying a good ride. And I hope it's been a very pleasant day, or perhaps you've been watching the track meeting in Manchester, or still watching it and recording this to watch it later on. Hope you have a nice Easter. Do bear in mind we've still got some more racing coming on tonight with the track from Manchester. For those who want to watch it late on this evening, David Harmon in full flight, and I think yesterday he had for company Russell Williams, who's just come back from Australia to be working at the Herne Hill track for the next few months. So welcome to all of you. And now Sean's finished scribbling all down. Analysis, Sean, of that list. It looks quite considerable to me, and I'm not sure anybody who's anybody isn't there. I think that Van den Broek's the only guy that is missing.
Yes, well, Van den Broek is one of the big favourites which is missing, and the gap is 18 seconds at the moment, and we have about 25 riders in this chasing group. Van Petegem we have there, Host, Wezemel, Aldog, Cancellara, Fletcher, Hunter, Hincapie, Museo, Boonen, Crespmans, Hulsmans, Backstedt, Baldato, Bartoli, Hoffman, Mikkelsen, Gusson, Meignan, Hammonds, Kirsipieu and Hushoft.
What a collection.
Yes, what a collection of riders, and we see the Quick Step, of course, they're do the chasing at the moment because Lotto, which is the big rivalry team from Belgium, they've got Van Bon up the road, who who's in very good form at the moment and who is a very good sprinter. So the work is going to be left to the Quick-Step to do to try and pull back this one.
And that roll call of honour just shows you in that group names which cyclists will know many of them, because many of those riders have been around a long time. This race is one that's often won by somebody with a great deal of experience. The oldest rider, in my little notes here, was Duke LaSalle when he won in 1993. He was 38 years of age, and 8 months to be precise, 38 and 8. Pino Tirami, who won in 1960, was 38 years of age and 1 month. Duke LaSalle, when he won in 92, was 37 years of age and 8 months. Henny Kuiper, who just popped alongside us and put his head over the commentary point, when he won, he was 34 years of age. So it's a race where experience can often count over the years, and it's seldom that you get a young rider winning the race. But between 23 and 24 years of age, there were an amazing number of riders did actually make it. For instance, Eddie Merckx won in 68 when he was 23. Van Steenbergen was 24, and then Gimondi was only 24 when he won in 66, and Chimil, when he did that long lone break in 1994, he was only 24 years of age. But I think one might say that he was prepared at that particular age just to throw everything to the wind, and off he went down in toward the finish. In fact, I've now got it here on my bit of paper that in fact when Chimil went away, he was 62 kilometres from the finish. The other long breaks we had, Fausto Coppi 45 kilometres to the finish, Eddie Merckx 44 kilometres to the finish, Ballerini 42 kilometres to the finish, and so on and so forth all the way down. But it's the brave and the strong are prepared to go that far. Chimil with a record of 62 kilometres, but other great names have gone outside 40 kilometres. Coppi, Merckx, Gimondi, Duke LaSalle. So this is a race where experience counts, but you've got to be prepared to be bold if you're going to get it. The Belgian then, with over 50 victories, still waiting for something to happen today, but Van Bon, well, he did a good ride in the Tour of Flanders just on Sunday, whole of Belgium holding its breath.
And there's a list of our past winners. Of course, 203 Van Petegem.
Well, he's there. Muso's in that group. Canavan's in that group.
No, Canavan is actually in it.
Oh, he's not. He's missed that. He was before, wasn't he? Oh dear, yes. He's missed. So he is one we haven't got there.
Yes.
Canavan and Van der Broek.
And we've got 5 from the Quick-Step, or 4 from the Quick-Step. Sorry, Museo, Bone, and Kreskens and Hulsmans. But the CSC also have a lot. They have Bartoli, they have Hoffman, they have Mikkelsen, and they have Frank Hoy, who was in the breakaway. So they are very well represented up here as well.
Oh, it's down to 11 seconds. They might well catch them. And can we see again Weissermann come out having won that Tour of Flanders on Sunday? That was only the second German to win the Tour of Flanders. Rudi Altig was the one to do that before. This race, which dates back to 1896, was won by a German rider, Josef Fischer. And it was rather interesting then when they first held it in 1896, because it was to promote the velodrome. Not exactly the velodrome we're in here, but they hit upon this idea of coming all the way from Paris to the velodrome, covered 280 kilometres, I think it was, on that occasion, to publicise the velodrome, and it was won by the man Fischer. The British rider Arthur Linton was fourth. He got away with Joseph Fischer, and I think on the run in toward the finish, Arthur Linton was knocked off by a dog and therefore finished back into fourth spot. That's history for you, and because it was Easter Sunday, and here we are now, 102 races later, still on Easter Sunday. On that occasion, 48 started in in the race on that particular occasion. And they actually had mass. They held a mass at 3 o'clock in the morning because the race started in Paris in 1896 at 5 o'clock in the morning. And in those days, virtually all the roads from Paris to Roubaix were like you see here, cobbles, cobbles, cobbles. And if it wasn't cobbles, it was just matted surface, which would get very wet and muddy in the winter and very dry and dusty in the summer. So here they are. This is traditional cobbles with the big mound in the centre, and on either side where the wheels of the tractors have depressed the cobbles, this is the typical terrain of the Paris-Roubaix. Down to 8 seconds. Quick step, Daviton on the front. And 3 of them having a go. Must be curtains for these two.
Yes, well, the gap is coming down. It's only about 8 seconds at the moment, and of course, unluckily for Hoy, he's with Van Bon from Lotto, because the rivalry between those two teams, Lotto and Quickstep, it is quite great, and you know, they're not going to allow this one to get away, as they have, you know, they have 4 riders from Quickstep in this group, so they've got to chase, and it can be some of the other riders who can profit from this, and when they come back there will be more attacks, and of course, you know, Lotto have, you know, 2 riders up there. They have still got Host up there and Van Petegem in this group. So, but a lot of other riders, as I said, the CSC are very well represented up there. So I think we will, you know, see a lot of action now when this group is pulled in, which are just happening at this moment.
So bouncing over the cobbles and going onto some pretty grotty roads too as well. You can imagine what it was like. They call this race the Hell of the North, not because of what you see here, but when it was run in 1919, after the war, Henri Polissier won that one, and they went through, we've come through the Somme area, they went through the roads with the battlefields still round about them, and that phrase was coined, the Hell of the North, not so much because of what you see here, the roads they're going over and the terrain, the battering they get on the bicycles, but because round about there were the stunted trees that had been blasted by the artillery fire. There were trenches were still there. The villages they went through were still there in rubble after the artillery had bashed them to pieces, and so they went through the battleground in 1919, and one of the journalists in France called it the Hell of the North. And so since then it's been called the Hell of the North, but not for the reason that he wrote it first of all. It's just because this is one of the big hard races that are left on the calendar. Not so rough as it used to be in terms of the road surface, but certainly a race that the hard men win. And hard men, well, Maurice Guérin won in 1896. He won in 1898. He went on to be the man to win the first ever Tour de France. And in 1896, when Josef Fischer won that one, the first German to win it, and they've not had a German victor since then. The French took over and were in charge for many years after that. 10 years afterwards, all the French riders were going. Now the Belgians have named it as their race. They won it 50 times, and looks like George Hincapie is having a go. Interesting too, in 1999, Albert Champion. Now, Albert Champion sounds very French, and he was, but he went to America, Champion, and if you've ever had Champion spark plugs from an American called Champion, that was Albert Champion, who went to America and he designed and invented the Champion spark plugs, and he won this race in 1899, and it's George Hincapie that's just put a spark into this one as the American, born in New York, of Colombian presidents, parents, is starting to wind it up. They're all going for it. This surely, Sean, is the moment of decision. There's a big bunch of riders still there. I don't know how many you've got in that group, but it looks a bit too big to come into the track together.
Well, you never know. You know, there could be a lot of attacking, and maybe a group just doesn't get away. But I'd be surprised if that happens. We see Dirksens there, who is to the fore. We see Bourne, of course, having a go there, but Hincapie was onto him immediately. So you know, we still have got 26, 28 riders in this group, and we're going to see a lot of attacking before we get onto the track here. We're inside the last 30 kilometres, of course, and still a number of section of cobblestones to get across, but quite a big group and quite a lot of big names in here all the time.
It says a lot for the physical fitness of these riders that they've gone through all that rough and tumble to get to this particular point, and still so many left in contention. We've been through Edinburgh Forest, which was first used in 1968 when Eddie Merckx went on to win the race on that occasion. It's a race where people fall off and they puncture, although we haven't had quite so many crashes, nor so many punctures so far as the technology gets better, bike handling gets better. When Hino won in 1981, he crashed 7 times on that particular year, so it's been a very different race again this time. I think it's a bit below schedule, Sean, so with him being a bit slower, is that any reason why we've not had so many crashes and what have you? I mean, punctures you haven't any time, however fast you're going, but it doesn't seem to have been quite so disruptive in terms of people falling off this year.
No, it definitely has not, and I think a lot of the time we've had a headwind, so it's slowed it down going over the cobble sections, and that's what's slowed down the average speed as well. So I think when you consider all of that, it is a little bit slower and we are a little behind schedule, and as we see here, not a lot of riders are attacking, and it proves that they are a little bit of a headwind, and if there was a side wind here we would see a lot of echelons and it would be much more difficult for the riders.
And it's almost just developing what I call a normal road race at the moment, with them on this surface here going to Saisong, and we're going into yet another stretch of cobbles, and this one, Saisong, will be the junction 4, the section 5, just 1,000 metres of it, and they will have covered 235 kilometres in all in this race. Jumping around all over the place. Well, you can't easily practice all over this one, but Frankie Andrew, who's working with the Outdoor Life, wrote a lovely article in the Velo News when he was talking about how they train for it. He mentioned Magnus Backstedt there, and imagine this, 1999, we're going back then, some 4 years. Magnus Backstedt's in this group here, and he actually lived near the circuit, and he actually set a 10-kilometre loop near his home, including 2 sections of pave, and he trained consistently, repeating the loop up to 14 times in the day to get used to it. And then he went with his teammate Henk Vogels into Edinburgh Forest to practice the entrance. They then would motor pace behind the team car at 60 miles an hour on the entrance into the forest, and then the car would swing off and through they would go to get the hang of it. So that's what it's all about, this race. It's skill, it's experience, it's knowledge, and you have to have the strength of mind and body to be in the saddle as long as these riders have. They've had 6 hours of racing, so anyway, just switching on our coverage of the Paris-Roubaix, bear that in mind. 6 hours on their bicycles. They're averaging just over 25 miles an hour over some horrendous tracks, lanes and cobbles. Smoother bit is here, but still more cobbles lie ahead on the way into the finish. 261 kilometres, 163 miles on this, the 102nd Paris-Roubaix. Sean Kelly, twice winner of this race. Sean, in all your experience, I know we might say this every year when we get a bunch coming through like this, were you within groups as big as this?
No, I don't recollect being in a group as big as this. It's a very big group, and it's surprising after such a hard race and so much sections of cobbles after being over, there's still quite a big group, and we see groups attacking here, riders attacking, but difficult for them to pull away. We see Men Yang here from Frances with Beldato, who have just got away, and there's 2 more riders just joining him at this moment.
Baldato, another experienced rider. Over the years, these riders have learned their skill of racing at these speeds. It gives you the strength and the determination, and it's beginning to split. This little group on the front, 4, 5, 6 of them, looks like they've forced the pace just at the right time. "25 kilometres to go." And one by one, the riders have been working so hard on the front, drifting off here. We've got Hulsmans, and going through, looking down the nations that have won over the years. There, 2 victories for Ireland. That's Sean Kelly giving us the benefit of experience. The one German rider, we mentioned him already all those many years ago at the very start in 1896. Are we going to get another German rider win on this occasion? Wesemann in fine form for the T-Mobile team. Just give you some idea, soak up the atmosphere. This is the Paris-Roubaix. This is the decision time. Less than 25 kilometers to go. Oh, problems. Yes. Oh, and look, it's somebody with a flag. There's been some concern about them coming out with their flags and with their banners, and here it goes. Look at this. I mean, that is absolutely true. This man's been riding his bike for 6 hours and some stupid spectator brings him down.
And what a job he done to hold upright. Amazing. You know, he managed to stay upright on his bike, and luckily that the other riders didn't just crash into him. And that was a live host from Lotto Domo.
He told him where to put that banner when he got back on his bike. That was ridiculous. We like the enthusiasm of the spectators. They've come from all over the world. We've seen the American flags flying. In fact, talking to the Graham Baxter people, I think his brother, there's going to be 1,500 people going to the Tour de France, many of them from America, to watch the great race. They brought over 3 coaches of British supporters to watch the race, and we had something to cheer about too, because Roger Hammond, the British national champion, is in that main group here as well. It's a great place to come to, but my goodness, if you come in future, do be careful, as there they are, these spectators. They love the sport. We love to see him on the side of the road. He's absolutely free, but that bike handling was absolutely brilliant, to stay upright and not take the others down. He could have taken the whole break out. Well, Sean, you fell off a few times in your life, but that's unbelievable, huh?
Yes, it was. It was unbelievable bike handling. It was just probably a little bit of luck that he held it upright, and as you said, the other riders did not crash into him. We could have seen all of that breakaway of the 5 riders could have been down there.
They've recovered. They've got the momentum going again. But was that Holster?
Yes, live Holster. Yes.
Oh. He did such a good ride, didn't he, on last Sunday? And here's Baxter. So
Baldato. That's actually Baldato and Mignan.
Mignan.
Yes.
Just look at the colours without looking at the numbers. Gosh, there's another big hitter over the years, Baldato, eh? Who would have thought he developed up to this? Because he was what I call a sprinter specialist, wasn't he, over the time, Baldato?
Yes, he was, and he's been around a long time as well, a lot of experience, and so it's definitely helping here as we see our 3 leaders.
Here.
Fletcher, Hincapie and Bonan.
Oh, that could be 1, 2 and 3, whatever order you wish to put them in, if they keep going like this. George Hincapie, interviewed by Sam Apt from the Herald Tribune about 3-4 weeks ago, was saying that he, over his career as a racing cyclist, he had great vibes out of helping Lance Armstrong to win 5 Tour de France. George Hincapie has always been a strong man who has ridden hard for other people. He's always been out there, prepared to give everything. It's only when you come to single-day classics that George has a lot of freedom. If you've been watching our coverage of the Tour de France, you will always see George Hincapie towing along and sheltering Lance Armstrong until they get to the bottom of the big climb. Then George has difficulty getting up there, but he's always sacrificed his own chances for Lance, and he said he's had so much pleasure out of Lance getting those 5 victories. But he said one thing he would like to do before he retired would be to win a big classic. Yes, he's won the Game Verwilgem, which is a mini classic, and George has always been there or thereabouts in the Paris-Roubaix. Is this going to be his day today? I had a chat with him yesterday, and he said it's finished when after this race. He's going back on Tuesday to America. He's going to stay over there for a while. He's having about 4 weeks off, and then he's coming back to Europe to get ready for the Tour de France and the work he has to do for Lance on that occasion. So he'll be flying out on Tuesday. Will he be flying out with a great lump of rock in his back pocket or in his luggage? Because the winner of the Paris-Roubaix gets a chunk of pavé to put on the mantel shelf, or in fact, as Taffy did when Taffy won the race, he took the piece of a cobble, and he had a house being built, and he put the cobblestone into the house, and there it is. And when the Tour de France, when the Paris-Roubaix organisation, which is the same as the Tour de France people, heard about Taffy putting his piece of cobblestone into his house, so they gave him another one to put on the mantel shelf. What have you done with your lumps of rock, cobble, Sean?
They're on display back in Ireland.
Doorstops, I think is the word. Right, so that lies ahead. There's down in the track centre. We're sat here looking down into the track centre with the crowd looking up at the screen, very much like the one you've got here. They're coming onto track, and when they come on the track, there'll be 750 metres to go. They come round 1.5 laps of the track, and the crowd now waiting anxiously to see where they come. And in the centre of the track will be that podium place where the big lump of, won't say rock, it's a bit of granite anyway. The famous Paris-Roubaix cobble will be handed to the winner. Who's going to get him? Is it going to go to the Germans now after 102 of the Paris-Roubaix? You can see at the back here the pink and the white colours of the T-Mobile squad, and oh, it's still fragmented, but still a lot of riders in contention.
And we can see our three leaders up ahead, Bonan, Fletcher and Hincapie. And we see the T-Mobile are very active. They were doing all the riding here on the front of this group.
They're up just inside 20 kilometres to go. 10 seconds lead for the three riders in the front. Then 16 seconds back to what's left of the main peloton. What a great day for this young rider Fletcher and the young rider Boonen and George Hincapie. He's been there before, but I can't remember George being quite close to the front, so close to the finish. Are these three going to survive? Will they get to the end? We'll have to wait and see. These are the chase three trying to come across in with Hoster, who's had more than his fair share of problems when he had that flag go into his wheel. Our three leaders heading up. The cobbles are still here. This is the fourth from last of the session. They're actually turning. The wind is coming from the right. You can see the sort of smoke on the left-hand side. The wind's coming from the right-hand side here, so it's not going to cause as much trouble as it's had in the past. And we're going to run this fourth section is then very quickly into the third section. You can almost back-to-back the sections because there's a little bit of tarmac in between the two. So the actual distance here of 1,800 metres, the next section of 2,100 metres. So in reality, we've got about just under 4,000 metres of cobbles. That's what, about nearly 3 miles for 6 years. So they will be going off this short bit of tarmac, then onto another bit as well, with the wind on the right shoulder. Then they're going to turn sharp right after the third section. When they come off after those bouncy cobbles with 2,100 metres covered, they'll turn right and go straight into the wind, heading in towards the section 2. The final section of the day at Roubaix is only 300 metres. There's no great worry about that one. But these surely are the vital points in this race now. If they're going to get away, going to open a bigger gap, then it's between this bit and the next bit. This is where it's all going to happen. Fletcher still sitting at the back. Now what's happened, Sean?
Host is actually leaving his two companions, Nardello and Bernucci. And puncture by Van Petegem.
Oh, but what happened? But Hoster will still keep going. There's no way he's going to go back, is there?
Yes, he's got to keep going now because at this moment, with our three leaders, Bone and Fletcher and Hincapie, as we see Van Petegem here, he's getting a wheel change from the car, but Host definitely has to keep going, and the way he's riding, he just has to keep on working at it because he's actually left Nardello and Bernucci on this section of cobbles as we see him here.
What a shame that he had that flag going to his wheel.
Well, he was with this group. He was, he was with Bonin and Hincapie and Fletcher, and only he had this problem with the flag on his wheel. He would be up here with these three, and that would be a difficult group to catch because he's riding very strong, leaving Nardello and Bernucci, because Nardello was riding very strong there. So Host is still feeling very good and still very, very strong.
And there at the back, the man in the blue and the white colours for the Fassa Bartolo team, and he can just be spotted here as Hossa is ploughing along here. Tremendous performance by this rider who did that great ride last week in the Tour of Flanders, because he was away all day, wasn't he?
Yes, he was one of the riders who was in that early break and held out all day and contested the finish and finishes second. So he's definitely riding very good at this moment, and he's doing a magnificent ride here.
And looks like Van Petegem's now got back to the back end of the main peloton after his puncture. There's Fletcher at the back of this little group. A little story about him, by the way, that although he's from Spain, his mother's Spanish, by the way, but her parents, although his mother's Spanish, her parents were Italian, and his father actually was born in Argentina, so it's a right mixture. And his full name, he's down there, he's now got rather right behind him. His full name is Juan Antonio Fletcher Giannoni, and he was actually born in Buenos Aires. And a great shame too, his father was killed in a car crash, and they went to live in Catalonia, and he got so interested in cycling, and particularly in the classics. He used to watch the tapes of the Northern Classics, and so he's determined to do well in the Northern Classics. So he's not your average Spanish by any means. He's up there with that league group, and these are the chasers coming after him, and George Hincapie and Tom Boonen and Leif Host, who've done that great ride to get away at the front.
And all together once again. That's 19 kilometres to finish.
Got him.
And here we have a group of chasers who were originally in this leading group, but not able to follow on these sections of cobbles.
Section 3 and a bit.
Carrefour de Arb.
Yeah, this is a nasty one. So the 2 and 1 are not that bad. Certainly 1 is only a ceremonial 300 metres running in towards the finish. They don't seem to be able to break the elastic completely, do they? Mazzeo is just trying so hard, and a lot of other riders are just determined to get the front, but there's nobody going off the back.
Well, there is a number of riders. We see a group there who went off the back, but it's more difficult. The conditions are good, the cobbles are dry, and as we were saying earlier, there's less crashes. So to eliminate riders, it's difficult today. Also the wind has a bearing because they have had a lot of headwind, and that doesn't help. If you have side winds on the cobble sections, well then it makes it difficult for riders to stay in the wheel, and that's the time you blow riders out the rear door. Where here today it's not happening. Riders are just hanging on there, and the ones are getting dropped. They're coming back a lot after the cobble sections.
Oldag, big strong man, he was the one who launched the attack into the Arenberg forest all that long time ago. Began to split the field, and many people's hopes, aims and aspirations were blown out the back as they went into the Arenberg forest, because Oldag just set light to the race. And since then, although there's been some regroupment going on, it's a strong man coming through, and there Van Petegem. Oof. last year's winner, Van Petegem, beat Pieri. Pieri's had more than his fair share of trouble. He punctured further back down the road, the Psycho rider, who finished second. Yakimov third last year, is not riding this time round. Museo, we've seen him, he won the year before, ahead of Weisman and Boonen. Weisman, Boonen, and they're all selling. This like Weisman going on the front, is it, Sean?
Yes, this is Weisman. We had Museo, who was driving on the front for quite a long time there, but now we see Weisman taking it over. So I think Museo, of course, is riding for Boonen maybe at this moment. So we see Van Petegem there, you know, having a little bit of problem staying upright.
His bike handling was brilliant, wasn't it? That's just a gift, isn't it, almost? Just you can practice a bit, but at race speed like this, the way he controlled that bicycle, absolutely brilliant.
Yes, well, Van Petegem, of course, he's a specialist in this sort of event. Over the cobblestones, you know, he's one of the best in the world, and you can see why there.
Look at the way he's coming through them now. He's taking different lines. He's just choosing a line. Another one.
Yes, he's going through groups of riders who, you know, are just not able to follow this group of Museo and Weisman, and he's doing, you know, a fabulous ride here, getting back on. And it proves that when he punctured, he was still, you know, in good condition, and he was just waiting, because to ride like this, to get back up at this stage in the race, you have to be in great shape, and, you know, he's definitely going about the job very well here.
That's one thing about the Paris-Roubaix, isn't it, Sean? That team tactics will help you maybe to Allenberg, but after that, when the problems go on, you may have some teams, we've seen the Museo's team doing a bit of work, but when really the chips are down, it's one rider against the elements, against the other riders too, isn't it? There's no hiding place, isn't it? And looks like Roger Hammond's still in there, back in third spot.
Yes, he is in there, and yeah, the team, of course, when you get to the end, to the very end, it's up to the riders themselves, and you have to be able to do it on your own then, as Van Petegem is doing here. We see here, you know, at the moment the front group are starting to look at each other, so possibly Van Petegem, if that goes on for a bit, maybe he can make it back to this group, but there's quite a big gap, as we can see here, so for him to bridge that gap is going to be difficult.
He's making a determined effort, and just going round. In fact, he's now going into the wind. He's come through with the wind on his right shoulder, and you see where the wind is coming here on the right shoulder. When you turn round after this 3B, you're going straight into the wind, and there's very little shelter from now on in. On the last one section on sector 2, the wind comes from the right-hand side. It begins then running towards Roubaix, to be a bit drifting from the right-hand side, but this bit now is straight into the wind.
Yes, and 32 seconds, which is a lot to ask for at this stage in the race against a group of riders, you know, which is very strong up front. And we see the Fassa Bortolo rider Fletcher, who was riding quite strong there, so it's going to be a difficult one for him to bridge this gap.
And Van Petegem goes straight down, the smoothest particles, going straight to spectators, forcing them out the way. He's on what's left of a pavement here. He's just so determined. He's got the crosswind. Any minute when he turns, then he must surely, Sean, need to get in some wheels, because then the wind's going to hit him. He's not too strong, but it's there.
Yes, it is there, and of course the spectators at the side of the road here are helping a lot. They're giving him some shelter, and you know, he seems to be coming across very quickly, and he doesn't seem to be tiring. If it's not too, if they don't ride too fast up front, and for another number of kilometres, he possibly can make this gap.
The power of this rider, having punctured on his own. Look at that, last year's victor, closing up on the tail end of what was left of the main peloton. We're just getting confirmation of the leading group. 5 seconds with 5 men at the front. They said 5 at the front. I thought it was 3 around. There's Roger Hammond still in there. Gosh, got to go. I wonder where Sean Yates is watching this one. I didn't see him at the CSE bus this morning, but there is Roger saying, "Come on, let's go through." And in fact, Roger has joined up with.
Hoffman, Backstead, Hammond, Cancellara, Museo.
Coming after Fletcher. Hincapie. Oh, what a group. This is now, we're into the headwind, we're on the smoother road, and here, oh, he's come back to him. He's got some support at long last. Van Petegem, is that Marichal has gone to him? He's got help. So how much work can his teammate do? He's lost the wheel, and Petegem took a breather. I think it might have been Marichal he was with. I'm not quite sure Marichal was in that one, but and there 35 seconds then for Van Petegem trying to close up.
Cancellara, Museo, Backstead and Hoffman and Hammonds are 5 leaders, and the gap 35 seconds back to Museo, to Van Petegem, sorry.
I didn't see Hincapie come back with. They must have been concentrating on Van Petegem. Did you see that, Sean?
No, there's a lot of riders in between, of course, because we see Van Petegem, he was catching groups of riders, and our camera, of course, stayed with Van Petegem, so we haven't seen George, or we haven't seen Bonin. You know, a lot of riders who have...
We didn't see him go back, did we? No.
Yes, who went missing here.
Yeah, well, I can hear them coming over the headphones. I mean, there's an absolute bedlam in that. What we do is I have it just in one ear, the radio tour, and then you try and watch the screen, and then obviously the cameraman was very interested in last year's winner, Van Petegem, to go forward, so that reformed at the front then, 30 seconds, with Hammond in that leading group, put together with Museo, Backstead, Cancellara, and I think 25 seconds back to Petegem's group, and Roger Hammond starting to go off the front. I don't believe this. Absolutely tremendous. I've got goose pimples all over, hair standing on the back of my necks. After all these years of Paris-Roubaix, to see a British rider really going at the front, getting into the back end of this race, fantastic. Roger's gone back into that group, and what a select group it is, Sean.
Yes, it certainly is. Museo, Hoffman, Backstead, Cancellara and Hammond, of course, who was doing a fabulous ride here. And about 25 seconds back to this chasing group, but our 5 leaders are working very well together, so it will be difficult for them to close down this gap at this late stage.
What an interesting group it is too, as well, with all that experience that they've got in there. Cancellara, the under-23 time trial champion of the world, under-23 road race champion of the world, to be with these riders here, and particularly feel like Magnus Backstead, who's trained so hard over the years for this particular race, riding now with the Alessio Bianchi team. Magnus was part of the Factor team that folded at the end of last year, and the Alessio people, together with Bianchi, picked up some of them, including Scott Sunderland, Magnus Backstead, and one or two, and they went over to this new team, or combination of the Bianchi team and the Alessio team, and there the rider Cancellara riding for the team here for the Fassa Bartolo team. There is Magnus Backstead in that special colour, that celeste blue colour, just off the front there, and Hoffman too, a big, tall, lanky chap, and these are some very hard men, and good to see then that in there we have Roger Hammond, again, talking about world champions, Cancellara, junior world champion, but Roger Hammond, a junior cyclo-cross champion, Cancellara, an ex-under-23 world champion, and Museo, also a world road champion. In there with Hoffman and Backstead, and it looks a useful gap, Sean.
Yes, 25 seconds, and this chasing group, of course, a lot of good riders in this chasing group. Jackson's is in there, Van Petegem, Weinstein's, Bonin, of course, but he's not going to ride because he has Museo in this leading group, as we see 218 Weinstein's here, Jackson's, Frank Hoy, Fletcher, Hincapie, of course, who has just been pulled in by this group.
So if you've just been switching on, then it was an earlier on Flescher together with Boonen and Hincapie went off down the road, had a bit of a useful lead, and then when our cameras went back to pick up with Van Petegem had punctured, and he fought his way back up to what was left of the peloton. This little group you see on your screen then slipped off the front, slipped the net, and now the question is, will the man Museo, number 71 there on his back, 3 times winner of this fabulous Paris-Roubaix, can he get yet another victory? He retires on Tuesday, he rides a race on Tuesday, and then that's it, and he's going to retire from it. Full of determination, and well, Sean, there's no better way to go out than on the top, is there? I'm sure everybody in Belgium is going to wish him well at the moment.
Well, yes, what a way to go out, you know, up here in the final of the Paris-Roubaix with the leading group, and in with a very good possibility of winning it here. Of course, if it comes down to a sprint, it's going to be difficult for Museo against riders like Backstead and Hoffman, who would be very fast in the sprint. Hammond, of course, who is a very good sprinter when it comes down to a sprint like this. So I think we will see, if this group stays away and they have a 20-25 second advantage in the last kilometres, we see a lot of attacks, and especially from Museo.
How long are they going to still work?
Well, I think we will see them up to the last 2-3 kilometres, and depending on what sort of advantage they have, because they will be aware of the advantage they have on the group of Hincapie, Van Petegem, Boonen, and if they have a 30-40 second advantage in the last 4 kilometres, well, then we could see a lot of attacks. But if it's very close, I think they will wait till the final 2-3 kilometres.
Also at stake, because you see these riders here, is the World Cup. Weseman, who was in the back row, I think he's still...
Museo's punctured.
Oh, Museo's punctured.
Yes.
What a shame, and the stadium is going, oh! "25 seconds, I think, was the gap back between those 5 and the chase group. It typically takes about 10-15 seconds to do it, but the rhythm has been broken. Will that fire him up to go faster, or will he just say blast?
No, he will still keep on going here, but the group of Van Petegem now is very close, of course, so I think he will be pulled in by this group, and when you lose that 15 or 20 seconds there, you lose the momentum to get going again. It's going to be impossible for him to get back into this group, because when you take the 4 riders up front, they're going to keep on working, so I can't see Museo closing this one on his own. I think he will be pulled in by the group of Van Petegem, and here comes Van Petegem now, so if they can get together, the 2 of them together, then it's possible.
What a race we've got then. Last year's winner, Van Petegem, now clawing his way up to Museo, had the misfortune to puncture. And still in that leading group is Roger Hammond, riding so hard, and we just waiting with bated breath. Our cameras will probably concentrate upon these 2, so supporters of Cancellara, Hoffman, Backstead and Hammond, do bear with us, because that's it. Is he going? Or is he fed up?
No, he was. I think he was expecting a group to come with Van Petegem. But when he sees Van Petegem going by and nobody else, he realises that Van Petegem is on his own, so he's reacting at the moment.
And Petegem's looking for him too. These are the 4 on the front then, and Cancellara says, come on then, to Tristan Hoffman. Then Backstead drops in behind Roger Hammond. Roger Hammond having a very good season at the moment. On the 24th of March, the Traverse Les Flandres, he finished in 3rd on that particular occasion, did Roger. And the Grand Prix 3 on the 27th of March, or 3 days later, as Weseman comes up to them now. Roger Hammond was in 8th spot on that particular occasion when Boonen won it. Kruisebue 2nd, Nuzzers within 3rd spot. So Roger has been having a very good run in towards this race. He rode very cleverly in the Tour of Flanders. He rode very cleverly in Depano. In fact, Depano, he said openly, although we saw him appear on the screen, he wasn't going to push himself too much. He wanted to save himself a bit for the Tour of Flanders. Didn't work out in Flanders. The field was all over the place. We had 25 riders go away early on. It was a very messy race, Tour of Flanders.
And Roger has come into this race, I think, still fired up to do something, but can those 4 riders stay away as the chase is now on? There they are, Hammond on the front. Hoffman just dropping back. Magnus Backstedt coming through. Cancellara in the blue and the white. Just 4.7 kilometres to go. There's going to be a podium place for 3 of them and a 4th place, which means sadness for somebody else. Coming up then, that group, including people like Weisman. Now, Weisman, undoubtedly, whatever happens, if they do or don't catch these 4, it should be a World Cup leaders jersey for Weisman, because looking down there, Hoster Belgium was up there originally. He had 70 points coming into the race this morning. Van Bon, we saw him earlier on, had 40 points, but Weisman had 100. Providing he stays up there in the top 10 places, then he's going to certainly take the World Cup jersey. But who's going to take the big piece of cobble? Who's going to be the winner of this, the 102nd Paris-Roubaix? 261 kilometres is the total distance. They've got a gap of 28 seconds after. Now they've done about 160 miles of racing, and going in towards the run-in again is going to be flat. They'll come into the stadium. They'll do a lap and a half of the stadium. Museo jumping round. Van Petegem, but they've got a lot to do. Prediction, Sean, Knopf's going to win, but are those riders out there going to stay away?
Yes, it looks like it's going to be a difficult task for this chasing group of Museo Van Petegem. 28 seconds, and the 4 riders are walking very well up front together, so I can't see this group of Museo Van Petegem closing down on these 4 leaders.
4 kilometres to go to the fame, the glory of winning possibly the greatest single-day bike race in the world. And who would have thought that it was going to be contested by these riders? We said, didn't we, Sean, we couldn't pick a winner, and we were just saying, I think you put Backstedt in the frame, didn't you? Yes, Sean is Backstedt in the frame, but who would have thought Cancellara? Who would have thought Hammond? Who would have? Yes, their names we talked about, but they are there, and the big stars have had the problems. Van Petegem punctured, Museo punctured, but that's what this race is all about. The Paris-Roubaix, the time when Hino won the race, he actually crashed 7 times and still rode on to win. That was when it's wet and miserable. Today it's not been wet, but we've had the crashes, we've had the cobbles. They've now gone across 50 kilometres of cobbles, 50 and a bit in fact of cobbles in the 25 of the cobble sections that they've been going across, and we just one short cobble section lying ahead, which has been specially surfaced by the people in Roubaix. Roubaix on the edge of Lille. Lille, the big city, it is this year the European capital of culture, and right now we're heading in towards Lille and be turning a little bit round to the right to go into Roubaix, which is on the eastern outskirts of Lille. Smoother roads, great relief after what they've been across. But what disappointment to be puncturing like they've been puncturing Museo and Van Petegem. Are they resigned now to 5th and 6th slot?
No, they have not. They're still working at it very hard here, and but the gap is I think the gap is too great. 35 seconds at the moment, so it is growing, and it's not going to be possible for them to just pull that back in this late stage. And unfortunately, Museo, the puncture, just robbed him of his chances of winning this Paris-Roubaix. Van Petegem, of course, as well, he punctured at a very bad moment. So that's Paris-Roubaix, and that's you have to have the right. You just have to get into the final without having bad luck, as they say.
4 riders, the prize value for first place, €30,000. That's £2,000 in English money. Second place, €22,000. Third place, €15,000. That's about £1,000. And in fourth place, $7,500. They won't be thinking of the money though, Sean, will they? They're just thinking about the glory of winning this race.
Yes, that's what it's all about. You know, winning this race. If you can't win this, well, then your season, you know, it's made certainly, and you're made for many years.
Who's going to join that roll call of honour of those riders who've won this great race over the years? Going back to Joseph Fischer in 1896, when the race was first held right the way from Paris up to Roubaix, 280 kilometres. They're picking out your stars. Who do you want to win? Well, I know back in Great Britain, the man in the British national jersey, Roger Hammond, at the back of this group here, will be on everybody's lips. The blue and white colours coming forward, Cancellara from Switzerland, and it's some time now since the Swiss had a victor. That's where they're heading in towards the finish. The red and black and white colours are for that of Hoffman, and the red and black and white with the celeste blue of Bianchi on either side of the arm is the colours of Magnus Backstedt from Sweden. So we've got them from Holland, and we've got them coming along this final bit of the cobblestones now. They're still all together. It can be right the way down to the final sprint. Hold your breath. This is going to be fantastic then. There's 3 places, first, second and third, the podium. Unlucky for the 4th place man there, but the whole place will erupt any moment now.
And Museo and Van Petegem are closing the gap there inside 25 seconds. So they're you know, working quite well, and the group, the rest of the group chases at 35 seconds.
Now the complication can come when they come on the track then, because they will come in with Cancellara from Switzerland on the front. The British rider Roger Hammond in the national champion jersey holding second place. Magnus Backstedt from Sweden. Mary Megan from Wales sitting there into third spot, and the Dutchman behind is Hoffman sitting in a very good position indeed. Roger Hammond in second, Backstedt in third, Hoffman in fourth behind Cancellara. As they come through, they've got 1 lap of the track to do, and Petegem and Museo are in the track as well. They can't hang about. If they stay around too long, they'll find those two will come at them, and the two behind them have got them in sight. Hammond goes to the top of the banking. They're slowing down and going eyeballs out. You can't see it, we can. Van Petegem and Museo are coming at them, but they're not going to get the gap. They're not going to get them. No, they're not. But now that's it. The 4 men have got a clear track ahead of them. The main peloton, what's left of it, are in the track as well. Still Cancellara, and Hammond starts to drop down inside. And Sean, where would you be now? Up in the commentary box.
Well, we see Hoffman, who's in a very good position, but I don't know if he's got the legs.
We'll soon see then, as Hammond goes over the top. Hammond's going for it, but no, it goes to Magnus Backstedt. Backstedt takes it from Hoffman, and Hammond was there back in third spot. Magnus Backstedt, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, and Sean Kelly tipped him yesterday, so drinks are on me, Sean. And look at this nice shaking hand. What a lovely gesture from Van Petegem, last year's winner, and Museo, who 3 times a winner, is retiring from the sport on Tuesday, and he'll go with sadness, will Van Petegem and Museo, to the finishing line after they've done this lap round here, because they both had punctures at a critical moment. But what a ride by Magnus Backstedt, and absolutely super. And from Sweden, the first winner from Sweden. As we watch here, Hammond starts to go. He made a good fist of it, but it's Magnus Backstedt who looked back with all the power, and he made it look so easy. The big guy from Sweden, riding for Alessio Bianchi, and that's one for Wales too. Woof.
He made it look so easy, you know, so powerful. We see the way he, you know, he manoeuvres his sprint very well here, and Hoffman, of course, he was in the good wheel, but I don't think he got the legs.
No. Just imagine that. It's what we've been. This is now 10 to 6 Central European time. Well, whatever you do, by the way, if you're watching this on international and your friends have got British Eurosport, we've recorded this and it's going out later. Don't phone anybody up and tell the result right now. Let them watch it on British Eurosport. If you've got international, which some people do have, don't phone anybody back in Great Britain. But what a day we've had. And sadness too for these two riders, two grand champions, have punctures just at the wrong time. But I suppose they will be probably the first to say well done to Magnus. Eh?
Yes, definitely. I think you know, he definitely deserves it, because all these four really, they deserved you know, to be on the podium. And as you said, there's one which is unfortunately don't get on the podium, but I think they work very well together. Everybody shared the work in the front. There was nobody trying to sit on, and it was nice to see them. Unfortunately, Museo, he had a puncture just at the very, very wrong moment, and otherwise he would be in here with a possibility of winning another Paris-Roubaix.
But the victory's gone to Magnus Backstedt. Spends a lot of time, or has been doing, going out into Australia as well during the their summer, our winter. So I've no doubt when the interviews come, I don't know what he's going to speak, what language he's speaking, probably in English then, because no doubt about it. He's also good company to be with. He's always got a wry sense of humour, but certainly Magnus is in fact, he was the one who said to me, I said, where are you living now? He said, wherever my suitcase stops. That was a few years ago. But again, he's a big, tall guy. He's one of the few chaps I can stand eyeball to eyeball. He's got about 6'3".
Yes, very tall and very powerful, and the style of rider that this race you have to be, it suits him very well. You know, very, very powerful, and to ride over the cobblestones, that's what you need. You need a lot of power, be able to turn the very big gears, and Backstedt definitely has got all of that.
And that's the track that they came thundering into. A welcome sight, no doubt, for the riders after 261 kilometres, but Backstedt then romping round there to take the victory. Sean Kelly picked Backstedt as a likely winner of the race, and the elation there is to be seen. And I suppose when you finish, apart from winning the thing, it's thank goodness that all that agony and effort are over and done with, as it looks like we're going to have a chance to have a word with Magnus. And the Elation must be very pleased, because they welded this team together with Bianchi, and Magnus with that Factor team I said earlier on folded at the end of this last year. And of course he won the Blue Points jersey. Yeah. I'm nearly crying here. He won the Blue Points. Is that Baldato there? I mean, there's a guy been around. Yes, it is. Baldato. I didn't think Baldato had won. Magnus, he got the Blue Points jersey in the Tour of Italy last year, and the Factor team were co-sponsored by a pasta or spaghetti manufacturer, and they had the little logo on there. And nobody discussed either. This chap's got a Ferrari, as I understood it, and I read in the Gazzetta dello Sport that he turned up. Oh, here we go.
It's a dream of
avec Michel, qu'on a sorti la dernière secteur, je ne sais pas ce qui a passé avec Michel, mais avec Paulet. Bon, on est 4, quoi, je pense que c'est mon chance de ma vie, là. Quand on entre la piste, je suis presque sûr que je vais gagner, parce que je fais beaucoup de pistes.
No, it's in French he's speaking. I'm trying to tell what he was speaking. I can't hear very easily. We're getting confusing sounds over here. When it was being translated as Magnus in full flight. Can you hear Sean?
Ici, vous avez gagné et vous avez superment joué à la fin sur la piste. C'est sûr que je m'en regardé un peu parce que je connais bien les autres sprints aussi, mais quand même très Tristan Hoffmann est bien candidat, Renaud le gros coureur. Ça y est, c'est surprendre la dernière virage un peu haut. Face à l'intérieur, c'est le mieux de faire pour gagner.
Yeah, it does describe. We're picking up now from the translation. Sorry about that, Sean. I interrupted there. We're trying. It is being. Yeah. He just somehow took that. It comes from Roger Hammond. So he was. Hammond, obviously, as far as his concern, was the danger guy. Yeah. We seem having trouble with picking up what Magnus is saying because Sean normally translates this. We lost all that sound, then it came up again, and it's gone again. So sorry about that, but certainly he's not short of a few things to say, is he?
Yeah, I do a lot of track riding in the winter, and I just knew that I've got to keep high in the last corner and then dive down on the inside as we hit the last straight, and that should do me. And wow. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, we then got the English bit at the back of it too. Sorry about the bit of mixture going on there, but we don't always get all the things we like to get on our headphones. So, but I hope you're back in Great Britain, whatever it was coming over, could take the gist of what happened, and you're watching it rerun again. So a good move up on the inside, right up on the blue line. And I suppose if it was a track sprint, they'd say naughty, you shouldn't go on the blue bit, but this is a road race which finished on the track, and Roger was at the top of the ranking, just couldn't quite make it. But the best ever finish by a British rider in the Paris-Roubaix, whilst Magnus Backstedt celebrates. Well, that's it then. There'll be celebrations. This team that says that's welded together, Alessio, they make aluminium wheels out in Italy. They've been sponsoring an awful long time now. They've been a team that gets itself into all the big tours by consistency, but this is something they're going to celebrate too. And certainly to Bianchi, who came back in very strong in the sport last year with supporting Ulrich in the Tour de France. A very famous name, one of the oldest names in bicycle business there. There's Magnus Backstedt shaking hands with Roger Hammond, and the elations, I'm sure, are going to go roll and roll and roll, particularly down in South Wales. What a great occasion it is then to see Magnus get this victory. So I feel almost that we have got this for Great Britain, as well as Sweden, as well as Alessio Bianchi. And thanks to the company, from Sean Kelly and myself, it's been a great race, and what a great result too.